Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CBI for 2026, and we will be spectating and commentating the European pod the Europe and Africa pod today. Got to mute that one. And with me on the commentary booth, it's going to be Kalehara for at least for a couple rounds, and we will be switching commentators throughout the day, so you don't have to get tired about me bringing up old cards the entire time.
Everybody, I'm Galea from France. Happy to be commentating with you.
Yeah, big hype. I think we have the pairings already coming up on the tournament. And to switch the picture out. Professional stream quality for sure. Yeah, a couple technical difficulties, like switching stuff up on the fly is not the easiest thing to do.
I think yesterday there was a lot of some players had issues, internet connection issues. Let's hope we don't have that kind of problem today.
Yeah.
50 players playing, 25 tables.
Yep, a pretty good chunk. I think this is the largest of the pods that we got.
Yeah, I don't know how many players were playing in the Americas pod, but there was 35, I think, in Asia.
Yeah, I believe it was 45 for the American one. So, pretty good chunk. Of course, it will be people from all around participating even today. We see a couple players from APAC and even a couple North Americans who did have, like yesterday, where they had to go work and stuff. So, better just to play on Sunday. Probably kind of scared to start 4 a.m. though, but you get what you can sometimes.
Yeah, the players can register any of the three pods regardless of where they live.
Okay, I think we have tables set up, and we have a couple really good looking tables. I know this is a tournament where it really are not like stretched for matches. Do you have anything that like shows up to you that you would look interested in spectating? I think
Let's
like
see.
if you want to ask like something like table 9 or 24 or 17, all those look like really good to me.
9, 4, or 17?
Yeah, something like that. You can pick out of the list, but I think every game will be pretty good in this tournament specifically.
Let's check table 9.
Yeah, we don't have the no stream list yet, I think, but we hopefully will get that at some point.
Oh, game has started already.
Oh. The classical TO commentators just talking about random stuff while the games are going on.
Let's hope they see my message.
If they don't...
Yeah, Ayuko versus Magdalene.
Were they alright?
One, I'm still waiting for confirmation from the other player.
Yeah, we can also try to jump into a different game.
I think my message just get it just doesn't see my message.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'll try on the table then. Sorry about that, folks.
It is what it is.
Yeah, let's try. Find one you suggested earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Is it? Let's check this one. Okay, again, I'm waiting for the other player to confirm.
Oh god damn it, my Smurf got leaked. What can I do?
Yeah, okay, you can come to table 4. We
Table
have
4?
Cam playing
Sure.
Oshiko against Laker Margin. No idea who is this player. On Precision Design, we can see he's playing fully up, Nico Campaign, Cohort. It looks like the Bluetooth deck from Baramu, from the... Oh no, but there's a brand, so not quite.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's code image, yeah, I can see
Yeah,
ontological.
also ontological. Does make it kind of interesting. We have stolen that, so not core image not a problem yet. But the PD deck looks interesting. Also need to mute the browser.
Yeah, from Paris, fellow teammate, and already full broker suite installed, comfortable economical situation on 12 credits, companions, twinning, Keiko.
Yeah, two to
Good
break
start.
this. Two to break the drafter. Pretty easy. Access 3. Still the one more ontological dependence, and that does seem quite tough for the corp here, probably.
5-0.
And a fully free-funded hedge fund from Mystic Miami. That's kind of nasty work here.
Yeah, a very good start for Cam. Nuka also installed.
Yeah, corp on 27 credits, but you really can't do anything with those credits. And you somehow need the opponent actually just be taxed out. Can still make couple runs on server 1 if you have something scary being set up there. One more ice going on R&D. Sets the defenses up for a bit, but that won't hold for long.
Has been stolen by Compilation too.
Yeah, compilation getting the full operational, probably the card you least want the opponent to have in this matchup.
Yeah, there's good boss state for fully up. There's one in the archives too.
Yeah.
You can drawing up with Nuka. Install fermenter. Twinning, gaining money with Keiko.
Yeah, twinning counter
Slowing
probably the
down a
most.
bit, yeah.
Yeah, twinning counter probably the most important part of this situation here. You just want to start farm those, so you can get your multiple access on R&D and dig out the last 2 points when they decide to show up.
Yeah, you obviously are not going to spend them on HQ since there's no card in there.
Yeah, we have managed to keep the opponent kind of light on HQ. Doesn't mean you cannot get the core to get actual value out of this situation. Outside of there maybe being an advanceable card in somewhere on the table, but it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, no res. Oh yeah, can't use cohort if you have no cards in hand too, of course.
No cards in hand. I think a lot of these we have already seen from top of R&D, but compilation plus 1 twinning counter lets you in the entire hand here.
Boomy res on HQ. Broken for 2.
Yeah, not a huge credit swing. Doesn't use the twinning.
Norbert uses cup, finds a big deal, and a Nightmare Archive.
Nightmare Archives means we don't win from the next 2-pointer, so actually can
Hendrik.
affect the game quite a bit.
Could have taken the core damage on 5 points. I would definitely have taken the core damage. But...
Yeah, it's a really good option. Typically, I think there's a difference between 1 and 2 that's way larger than 0 and 1. Because like ontologicals don't turn on, you're not dead to like end of the line lines. So playing this safe, I think that's still fine. You have enough like time to dig the points from R&D, and there's nothing really like pressuring you from the table right now.
Yeah, sure. You can also play it safe. Definitely reasonable.
You're getting more twinning counters, deciding to go R&D.
Only 4 credits to break into R&D. To see 3 cards, trash a spin.
Oh, and finds the salvo. Yeah, that's it. The 1 3-pointer in the list that actually lets you still win, even with the ontological, the Nightmare Archives going to the score area.
Yeah, first game. 8 turn, 13 minutes.
Yeah,
only 14 in access.
Yeah, just digging for the access. You want to jump into a different table?
I will try to, yeah. Let's see. Oh, 0 points. I'm on table 19. Yes, you can come. Sleeper versus Hokllo. Yeah, 19. Sleeper is on lat, Anikam lat. Score is 0-0. Already have Rising Tide and Revolver.
I think we have seen Sleeper play this list previously, or at least similar stuff. Notably at Worlds, where he got like top 16 with Anakim lat.
In Illumination.
Yeah,
Into the Depths, notably.
Into the Depths is interesting. You think that's just like value you get with Anakim?
Accessing Mavirus and not trashing it. Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
Regenesis.
Oh, Regenesis. At least just 2 points. So getting 3 points basically for free, but still 15 credits. And the runner has 0, so needs to spend a bit of time to get back set up.
Mavirus, probably calling the co-op on Oppo Research. So maybe I've seen it on HQ at some point. And now hybrid release scored, so on 4 points.
Yeah, the hybrid release helps a lot. Means you can win with like 1 more hybrid release and 1 more 2-pointer being fast advanced out. Or if the situation looks like it, you can just start jamming the Fuji at some point.
The hybrid release trigger to install a nice to protect this malvirus.
Yeah, interesting that it's protecting the malvirus, which we didn't trash previously, so doesn't feel like a really important card.
I don't think Lat is playing any virus, probably.
Yeah, stuff that we usually see could be like maybe a Fermenter, but that doesn't look like it. Or a Pelangi is a usual other one, though probably not with the Rising Tide and Revolver engines. Oh, spec work out. Trashing the Azimuth, so probably just decides I need the value more than this card right now. So we are finding the tools. The next issue is that we have to start actually contesting the table and start figuring out where the agendas are. because
Yeah, not much to contest on the table right now. SMC installed, getting ready to get anywhere we want, and it's HQ.
SMC lets you find the last decoder when you need to. Or I guess it could get like a value thing.
Money, losing 2 coalescences.
Or measure response, that's a pretty good find.
Okay.
We would have instantly just lost if that it's kept around.
Be both on measured and end of the line and Oppo research. That's too much influence.
Yeah, so probably just measure responses.
Yeah. Creative commission, yeah. Oh yeah, we're on thread 4. We have to keep credits up. Just 8 credits, 2 cards.
Yeah, we did get rid of one measured response. Not sure how many there are going to be in the list. Sometimes there is just one to keep the opponent like threatened, but still need to be safe about it.
In theory, the cops can play 2 and kill you, but that's quite unlikely. And FAT raised on the Marius server.
Yeah, FAT is there. Server 1 could be anything. The FAT you kind of need to take care of at some point, otherwise you can end up in really tough positions.
Server 1 could be an agenda. Archives as face down, so could be another Regenesis push.
Yeah, Regenesis agenda, and make your opponent contest the FAT and the remote at the same time is going to be challenging. We're running the FAT server? First playing a bit of Econ?
Running FAT on third click. To Boto, it's gonna be expensive.
Yeah,
5.
we have
8 to break all.
Yeah, threat 4. Boto gets the +2 strength, so quite a bit more challenging to break. SMC fetching a propeller, that saves you quite a lot of credits. I guess 2.
Oh, you pay 3 instead of 8, so that's you saving 5.
Yeah, but the install, if you think about that also.
Oh yeah, with the SMC, yeah, of course.
Yeah, spending 6 credits, but still lets you destroy the FAT with 2 credits remaining. Another question is, can you actually get into server 1 anymore? The outermost ice you probably can't. And Anemone is going to be 2 credits out.
You should probably draw a card to survive 1 measured response.
Yep, that's probably the safest option.
Maybe it's been trash this time.
Yeah, and maybe now, if there's like a fully operational, there's like a reason to trash it, where it previously didn't have. Deciding to run archives, taking the kind of scary line here.
Yeah, a couple only on 3 credits, but yeah, you can credit MR, measured response, that's
if we have it, that's going to be kind of sketchy. I guess we needed we decided...
Lat draw.
Oh, lat draw, that's, super important.
Of course. Well played.
Deciding, so if you want to, you'd have to keep archives clear, otherwise you would have lost to the Genesis push if we got that, so... Managing to find the line where you keep safe options open.
Cohort in server 1, which gave the second AUCO counter. And jamming again in server 4 behind the Boto.
Yeah, now this is going to be much more annoying to trash. Getting rid of the card behind the Boto is so annoying when you don't have a solid breaker option for it. And right now, Propeller not doing functionally anything. Rising Tide costs way too much to break.
Chip could refresh the Propeller, but on 2 credits, with telework, could be done. Dire situation for the runner here.
Drawing up telework contract. and going archives just to make sure that you don't lose to any fast advance kind of nonsense out of Regenesis. Also,
checking archive often against AUCO makes sense usually.
Yeah, that's
especially
not
with
really
cohort
a
on
threat.
the table.
Oh, getting a bow
Pod.
Taurus though. I think you kind of have to let this one fire, yeah. Just having to take 2 damage. And a discard out of the HQ. The Boto shop is kind of interesting when it actually turns out to be kind of positive for the Oko to get the counter sometimes.
Yeah, two AUCO counters on this race, but no credits.
Yeah, then decide to click for draw. We have the court guidance getting us the value back, so you can kind of get back in the situation after this Botoras.
Yeah, going to gain two credits. Oh no! Oh yes, yeah.
Yeah, 2 credits from the court guidance program. And then not deciding to get the AUCO trigger also. Probably needs to spend this turn setting up the credits.
Yeah, choosing not to trigger Yuko, indeed.
Otherwise,
Why?
I think this might be just a turn for clicking for credits. No, installing a card on server 6 and clicking for credits. I'm interested what this card on server 6 might be. Maybe a spin doctor that you just find at some point and put down. Stop the lat draw kind of is interesting. Could be a moon pool. Moon pool probably is like a card you need more, like need to keep safe. So I feel like that would go behind the Boto, but I guess I don't know what's in there currently. So transfer of wealth being sent in, and
maybe the cop can dodge. Can the deck? No.
Oh, Reaper function getting rest. Yeah, that's annoying. Annoying.
So only 1 credit stolen. Cop's down to 0.
Oh, accessing measure response.
Nice.
Yeah, getting 2 out. We still have 1 more Spin Doctor in the deck for normal card recursion. But those slots are running out. It's 14 cards remaining on R&D. So agents have to be piling up somewhere.
Yeah. So we have 2 measured in the bin.
Yeah,
that's 8 influence.
8 influence, 2 used for Spin Doctor, so we have 5 left. Could be that we import 3 measured responses and play 3 copies of Spin Doctor. I think that's a line influence with we have seen previously. Sleeper design to click for credits, and at least I think next turn we are safe from a measured response line, with Corp just being on 0 credit at the start of turn.
On 0 it seems safe. Even with the 2 credits from cohort, you cannot click up to 5 and play it.
I think we're on the runner side, we're probably debating that do we clear the tag and don't die to the end of the line if there's one in here somewhere. Probably a bit more rare in this deck, it looks like, when you don't have oppos or something. Overclocking in. Yeah, no rest on the outermost, then spend 2 credits on the anemone and then cohort dying for 2. Is going quite easily out, but then Corp is staying on 0 credits for a much longer time. So it does make sense here.
It does, yeah. They're gonna use the Reaper function or... No, it's staying there as a threat, not popping it.
Yeah, I think that's going to stay there for a while before we have something like measured response that can knock out the rest of the remaining cards in hand after the Reaper function fires.
4-2 and jam another card in server 1.
You think that's like another cohort guidance?
Yeah.
It
We
like
have two.
feels like that, yeah.
Could be the third one.
Oh, financial gamble. And do we clear the tag? No, going on server 6. There's the spin doctor. And do we see shuffle back hitting which cards? Options are like Fats and the 2 measure responses. I feel like those are the cards you might want to take back. And deciding to take Hunt's Review and measure response, so 1 measure response going out permanently from the game that we are never getting back. And we're still floating the tag here.
Moonpool can shuffle it back, but we haven't seen any yet.
Can it? This is one of those situations where I have to Google a card. Yeah, it has to be face down to be able to be shuffled back in from Moonpool.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, the card has a little bit of text on it. But 1 measure response being out, still not securing you a full night of sleep. You need still to be afraid of the two of the other ones. Oh, spec working out Propeller. Getting quite a bit of value out of that. Makes also your Rising Tide bit stronger in this situation.
Then he can work his 3 credits and 3 cards. It's pretty good.
Yeah, greenwashing, kinda. And what are we doing with the rest of our clicks? At some point, you might be able to just pivot into running R&D and digging the agendas out that way. There's probably not that many things there that would be scary to you. Also, running server 1 is definitely an option. Just check it, keep your opponent like not winning the game.
You can start contesting. And there's only 12 cards left in R&D. How many? 5 face down in archives. Where are the agendas?
Yeah, 5 face downs, but the Boto on top kind of an annoying one to break. Like that's the way you lose, is just go break the Boto, access our archives, find like 4 points, and happen to lose the game. Oh, Simul Chip coming down. We did trust the Propeller this turn, so Simul Chip's trash requirement is no longer available. And
come back for Boto?
Yeah, I think getting Propeller back running the Boto server, or either on Archives or server 4, does look like the line we're going for. Simul Chip getting popped. And yeah, Propeller. Just really efficient to break this.
We want to see what's in there.
Oh, just a Genesis. Otherwise, Petty Cash 3 eyes. Looks like we're not needing those. But Petty Cash also helps a bit in playing the game. And I think we might be in a threatened spot here. No, we're getting the last trigger to stay safe from the measure response lines. Getting up to 6 cards. So good against these decks that typically can deal mostly 6 damage worth of like hits.
This card is good with the Reaper on the table.
100%. The last Petty Cash going out. We have gotten 6 credits out of just including those cards in the deck. And we're not using Oko anymore either, so just having to save on cards being left in the deck here.
See? Oh, Copper's back in the money.
Yeah, Hanser will let you do that all the times. And runner kind of don't have enough to keep checking his stuff, like deleting this Reaper function is going to be scary. Or Moonpool being on table server 1, trashing cards out of hand to get advancements, scoring a sericulture expansion, and now the runner is on a clock. There's, I think, one more hybrid release somewhere in the deck that you have to start digging out, but if you start going too aggressive, you're going to catch the hands of Reaper function and measure response in return. So scary situation coming up here for the runner, just runner having found out 1 point. Oh, huge transfer line going in. Yeah, deleting 3 crates of the corp pool, ending up at 5.
Moonpool. Finding the second Moonpool.
Oh, that's so huge. Yeah, even more Regen is going to be piling up in the corp hand.
Only 1 card left in hand. R&D must be very dense.
Yeah, probably is. Still running, you have just 1 bullet of revolver left. Propeller, not anything. Finding a Regenesis. Going back. There's a Fuji.
Whoa, 5 points.
Yeah, 4 points being stolen in a single turn. Kind of pivoting this entire game, like the runner just holding on long enough to be able to stay around in the game and not just lose it out of anywhere.
1 click left. We go again.
1 click left, hit the bite and lose the game. Sounds very promising to me. But I feel like we are going to stay safe.
Chat wants a run back.
Just go steal 6 points in a turn. We have seen it previously, like, never say never, but... Doesn't look like it. We're thinking about it at least. We're going back! No res? Access? No, doesn't get the entire sweep on 1 turn. Floating 2 tags is scary, but probably overrated.
Ayuko counter finally being used, so that we can dig for the last agenda.
Yeah, dig for anything, kinda. Drawing 2 cards, having to discard 1. Reaper function getting popped? Is this it?
The Reaper.
Reaper function not hit. Did we hit the event? Yeah, did he hit the event, but still ending up on 3 cards in hand? Hedge fund? And card behind that, I think that might have just been a situation where you want to get the Boto card behind the Boto out of there.
He thought, okay, it won't have a kill line, let's use it for tempo and try and score. Win by scoring.
Yeah, win by scoring. Oh, Rejig getting the revolver back. Revolver going down again. And this Boto is going to be diced up pretty heavily. Just 3 credits to go in and check. Though, are you pushing an agenda this way? Like, it feels scary. Going in, breaking for 3. Access cohort guidance. Getting baited. 7 credits in the credit pool. Surely you have to trash this, or do you?
I think you have to.
You would end up on 7 credits. Yeah, sorry, 5 credits. Does mean you are kind of in a scary spot for measure responses. I think there's might be 2 left in the deck.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, deciding to leave it. Yeah, make your opponent at least have a bit more in the tank than that. There is, if you click for 2 credits, you end up on 9. You also get the lat draw, which takes you to 4 cards in hand. Would be enough to survive the measure response.
Maybe you can, with the cohort, you can dig for There must be a second hybrid, probably.
Yeah, I think that's our out. We just want to
That's
access, see as many cards that we can to find the hybrid. But does mean Sleeper probably looking at R&D that we have to go there. We have to find the hybrid release. You know it's still in the deck, otherwise Corp would have just won last turn either. Do we see a race?
Yeah, probably.
5 minutes left in the round. Another Boto? Can we break that? No.
We can break if we take the damage.
Yeah, that's going to be sketchy though, ending up on 1 card in hand and 0 cards in the... or 0 credits, 1 card in hand. Basically a prime target for end of the line there, or the measure response. But you still have to break, like, you're ending up on 1 card anyway. You just have 7 credits. Are we just doing this and clicking for a credit?
And copying on 3 credits, plus with the cord, yeah, you can bounce up to 4. Yeah, you have to click for a credit.
Yeah, otherwise you're dead on measure
response. Is
response.
real. Yeah.
Yeah, there's going to be more measure responses in the deck than there's going to be hybrid releases.
Oh, you get that draw, but 3 cards isn't enough.
Yeah, sadly, bit too short. Spec work? That works also. And I think
Nice.
Hokllo probably digging for his life at this point. Oshiko finds a lot of cards. Court Guidance finds a lot of cards. I think it's going to be 4 cards that we see of the deck, or 4 or 5. Yeah, 3 of these, and 1 more out of Court Guidance, and 1 more out of the mandatory draw. So if it's the bottom card of the... No, we find it! There it is. Hybrid list being finally found out. Basically at the bottom of the deck here.
Nail biter, yeah. Only 1 card left now already.
Imagine if that's the 1 card. How sad must you be at that point?
Yeah.
It's like... it has happened to people. It's horrible feeling. It's so close. And I think we had just a couple minutes left in the round, so we are just waiting for the results. If people are listening to the stream chat that are playing the tournament, go report your matches in the Cobra, or you will get handled by the TOs.
I'm gonna go make another coffee while waiting for the results.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, looking at the results, I think we have everything in there except the last round between Joy and Ruben Peters. 2 notable players that we probably expect to do quite well here. Of course, the Circuit Breaker Invitational kinda one of the harder tournaments of the year. The level of quality here very high on the average. You need, like, needing to win a tournament or place highly in a tournament just to get the invite to be participating does allow a different level of stuff to get in. Quite a lot of runner wins. Not sure if that's inclination of the metagame or just a picture of this specific time here. Yeah, just looking like we're waiting for the last table to finish. Otherwise, we can take a look at the tournament Swiss or the faction split down. And looking quite interesting, we see Oshiko back showing up, being 17 players, so 33% of the field just Oshikos. What a time to be alive. Oshiko never staying dead for long. I'm interested to see what kind of Oshikos these are. Is it like a reg-ish Oshiko or just something like we see win Worlds this year, like with Audreys and Simul chips and cards like that. Other good runners here, looking Lat, Sable. I think that's the top 3 you expect every single event to kind of be, where it's Sable, Lat into Hoshiko. That's the triple threat that we have seen for quite a while. Then other options, Zaya Pink popped up, Esa kinda, Magdalene. But clearly seeing favorites here turning out. Corp side, bit more what I would have been expecting. Hokllo, the clearly dominant deck of the entire year. Starting from the gates, out from the gates, just turbo blasting previously. Getting multiple cards banned? No. Yeah, Sting false lead, getting banned just for Hokllo. And yeah, deck just kinda is crazy powerful. Ob showing up second. We have seen quite a lot of really good Ob decks show up. Maybe being a bit more rush-like, or just like the scrubs, so-called scrubs, asset Ob with the strategy of trying to get the basalt spar scored to turn up your measure responses up to 11. And third, maybe could have been higher, Epiphany Analytica, the world deck that also won Worlds this year, and just being a powerful asset deck that's like has interesting tools to score out and can kind of be really tough to fight if your deck doesn't deal with a lot of assets super early on.
I'm back.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the factions breakdown.
Yeah, Ayuko on all 3 pods is still the top corp.
Yeah, for a reason. Also, PD showing up a bit, 6 players, the fourth highest placed corp. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of PDs there are. Has been kind of a split between these like fast advanced PDs and something like a core PD deck. Kind of funny to see the top 4 factions being quite even. So there's no single faction with more than 1 ID that like top 4 or 3 respectively.
Yeah. And on the runner side, we have many more Anarchs. It was much more evenly split yesterday for the America's pod. 17 Oshiko. Wow.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out what kind of Hoshiko stores were. Is it like Break Hoshiko, or is it something like Vampire that we saw at Worlds? I know a couple players are bringing the not Reg Hoshiko, but still interesting to see. Also, my personal expectation was way more lat than we actually get. But that might be just my misread of the metagame.
What's funny, we have different metas for the different pods. We have barely any Wayne on the APAC one.
Mm-hmm.
Epiphany is in all 3. We keep seeing Epiphany decks.
Yeah, looking at these all APAC versions, where way more Sable, way more HB, and yeah, Wayland kind of nowhere to be seen.
Oh, we have pairings.
Oh, hype.
You can see tables being created. So where are we going?
I need to get the list back up. EMEA Pod pairings. I think any table kinda is going to be interesting. There's table 7 at least. Table 7, 9. Maybe a bit like biased to people that I know.
Which is fine.
Yeah. It's just like we might want to see something different than we saw last round. Maybe.
Yeah, well, I think we've seen Ayuko games twice.
Yeah, maybe table 3 could be interesting with Epiphany and Sable. Or table 1.
I asked table 7 to see some hub.
That's also pretty sick.
Yeah, they are okay.
Alright. Yeah, CBI basically being a buffet of good Netrunner games to watch.
Jai is pretending to be bad against hub, but we'll see.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see which kind of ob this actually is.
Yeah. Is it the infamous scrubs, or we have seen different brews? Someone was playing Clearing a House yesterday. Who was that?
Oh, Clearinghouse?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Out of ob? Huh. That's interesting. I think typically I expect Clearinghouse to be like a card in the BTL lists more.
Oh, Sven from Sweden. That's your Smurflick.
Yeah, apparently.
So Seabeast is Swedish?
I believe so.
Okay. And Jai's on Lats.
Already finished.
I've seen recently on Anicum.
I feel like every single lat is going to be Anicum. That feels like the list that has been proven to be quite the correct list to be playing.
Has begun.
Yeah.
Jai's already out of coffee.
Jai taking a mulligan and Seabeast keeps. You never want to see Ob keep their hand, especially the Scrubs Ob. Can be extremely powerful out of the gate if we get the correct combination of assets and assets and ice. Getting like an early Svetagor rolling or a early Anthill or something like that. Just so much more value than you sometimes runners can handle. Install server 1 and 2. Icing up HQ. I think we might be expecting this to be like transfer of wealth lat that we have seen quite a bit earlier on in the tournament and in the previous pods and in the New Year showdown previously. So deciding to be safe, icing up HQ. Of course, cannot be saving you from everything, but if you are raising eyes on HQ and a card in server 2 on 1, does kind of mean that you're safe enough from transfer of wealth. Azimuth and Killing Getaway being sent in, going R&D first, being too afraid of there being a spin doctor on the table to be sending this on the remote.
Oh, Basalt.
Oh, Basalt at the first card. Archives empty. That's exactly when you have to steal Basalts. Like, perfect point. Like.
Somehow many up games start this way. That's really frustrating when you're copying.
And
that was a spin.
Apparently a correct choice to clean away the remote R&D instead of the remote. We would have been just getting the spin doctor to pop and be cleared out. Not even deciding to pop it, just letting Jair trash it with Azimuth. Means you still have access to it somehow else. So basic, pretty safe choice for both players.
Yeah, I think you're not too happy to pop a spin just to deny the Clean Gateway credits without anything in archives, but probably you do it.
Otherwise, there's no point actually to pop it.
That's 6. Someone is a huge tempo swing. Oh,
Regular's mining license, that's huge. So many credits being taken out of that thing. The question just is, do we click it 3 times, get our 9 credits, or is it going to be click this 2 times and put an ice on top, just to make sure that you can keep farming this moon dust material out.
And with Azimat, you cannot hope to keep it without icing it.
Yeah, it's instantly dying if you don't ice. And here we see the decision being made. Other options, install another remote if you can start taxing the opponent out. No, we see the ice protecting it. Basically a safe choice. Jai going for a draw. Drawing again. Finding a pinhole threading, that's huge. Deleting this regular money is absolute importance at this point of the game. You have to keep the opponent light on credit so you can actually keep them down and stop them from doing this absolutely buck wild plays to get those basalts pad into the score areas.
Usually you want to force the res before you pinhole, but against Ob, maybe you don't if they res Matryoshka for 1 credit and then they have a res 3 coaster. It's good for them.
100%.
So playing directly a pinhole makes total sense.
Yeah, that's a really heads up play. Being like knowing that Ob can use this rest ice quite a lot more effectively than other corps can. Okay. Cards going into the remotes. Server 2 and 3 getting a card in there and clicking for a draw, just finding more tools to get in there.
Spin.
That's the second spin doctor. At least saves the first one, and this is why we not pop this for no reason. Regular
Is Anakin discarding Precious Spike? Okay.
Yep.
It's too early to install this, bro.
Yeah, too early to install.
With a single chip. Yeah.
Exactly. And getting early Anicam down is going to be fueling our econ a lot during the game. Letting you just get incidental draw on top of your ID means that you're kind of set for card draw and for the entire game, and you can focus more on pressuring the corp and playing these econ choices you have. Interestingly, we don't see action on server 2, at least not yet. So, not a pushed agenda or regular mining license, maybe? Kind of interesting to see what we actually have here. Icing up R&D is
Zato here. Yesterday, yeah.
If it's the rush version, yeah, could be. We have seen no inclinations of specifically the scrubs cards yet, so could be like a Zato rush ob. I think Shaper particularly well equipped into dealing with that. Sadly for Seabeast, if that is the deck we're playing. Icing up R&D is kind of interesting. It is sometimes like the least ineffective server to ice early on. Oh, advancing! And we're scoring above the law. Just getting that in the score area before we have a resource on table. I think we might have seen... Our first idea is that we have to save this to try to play a resource that we can actually kill with it. But having to take it out before just to be safe.
2 points seems more important.
2 points and it being left on table to be pressured out. You have just 9 credits on the previous turn, so like if you run HQ and run server 2, we are kind of getting taxed out. So having to just take it out there. Also having to discard 3 cards because we also popped the Spin Doctor previously. Just losing a lot of tools here. Clean Getaway, going in archives first. Measure Response being out.
Already?
Also having to discard an Extract looks like we're kind of flooded. All those cards are cards you really need to keep in these matchups. SMC also being shown out. Yeah, that means server 2 is not safe if you start pushing there. SMC instantly getting in, finding anything that you need from the deck. a scary proposition here.
Usually want to play it with an overclock.
And I feel like we have had enough time to start finding those. We're thinking about this situation. Yeah. Quite on a good pace. Probably don't need to be threatened about time going out. So, are we now going to ice R&D? Just feel like it might be a bit too slow. I feel like you needed the extract here. That
Yeah, you often don't have time to ice R&D when playing up, but it's also how you lose. Sometimes.
Yeah, 100%. Playing an extract, having to extract undressed ice, exactly why we didn't run it previously. Extracting ice from the remote, installing a second one on HQ. This is sending alarm signals like HQ is not safe, HQ is going to be compromised to all hell if you actually get in there.
It's scrubbed and is some combo pieces, but not all of them. Could be. Ringing up.
Offering a unity. Jai is just setting up. Just camping. And otherwise we still have one more card in the hand with that we can play. And still generate lat value. So kind of a free card in hand in some ways.
You can run R&D, discard, and have the lat draw still. If the spare income
could be
or something like that.
Simul chip, click for a credit, totally fine options. Clicking for a credit, less valuable, but if you compare clicking for a credit and getting the free lat draw, starts being quite a bit more sensible. And Sea Beast again in a tough spot. HQ is secured, that's not an issue, but you don't have anything going for you on the remotes. Jai also economically much more set up than nano management. In the score, scoring as a protocol, just hitting out DCMZ and overclock.
It does look like scrubs, but scrubs that is not drawing the pieces in the order they want to.
We did have quite a bit of remotes, that those were cleared up already. And yeah, having to push an early above the law fast and as a protocol going to be kind of scary. There are ways that the deck can fast advance the Basalt Spire, but those sometimes kind of coming too late. Overclock, sending in SMC, fetching a conduit. Oh, and now we're starting, we're just conduit looking the deck here.
Yeah, and trashing a second measured response, and we are on thread 4 now, so that's good to get rid of it. Especially since Azimat is paying for most of it.
And still staying safe from the last one here. Access 2 conduit, still going to dig for more cards. Basically, I think we're going to see 3 or 4 cards this turn. And next turn, if we don't see a purge or an ice on R&D, we're going to see even more. And the ice even won't help you. Propeller going down does mean R&D even more vulnerable at this point.
Yeah, let's hope for Sebast that they can find a Mavirus that could really save him.
Yeah, Mavirus res into a 2-cost ice or R&D, kind of the only option you have of keeping Jai out. Issue kind of is that you maybe don't have 2-cost ice that actually do a lot here. I guess something, if you have like a lamplighter, that might be doing something. Otherwise, kind of a sketchy situation. Yeah, Seabeast calling this to be a tough spot, which it does look like. Kinda nothing happening on the corp side here, and Jai being more set up than probably needed here. And yeah, Ob is that one faction where it can do absolutely egregious stuff sometimes to be able to do these lines.
Sometimes, yeah, but on 4 credits and only 1 ice, there's no board states, no money, so really tough.
Yeah, the issue here is getting those credits while being on constant attack by Conduit here. And having to click for draws, I think we might be flooded.
Ice.
I think we have one more ice in the hand that we played previously that we then took back. If the third click is clicking for draw, I think this game kind of starts looking more over all the time. Install on server 5. Looks like a spin doctor to me, but you never know before you know. I think first click might be just sending it on there. No, going to R&D. We are going to see 4 cards. And
Times? What does he mean?
One of those times where Ob can do, like Ob, where Ob does some bullshit. Oh, Slash and Burn being stolen. The second card at the top. Okay, serve R&D. Quite a lot of no cards. You have 2 more that you can dig for next click. If you think server 5 is Spin Doctor, I think there's a world where you run that next and then go R&D again. Yeah, there it is. Spin Doctor being rest into pop means R&D is completely unknown cards and you will see 5 of them.
Really GG.
Yeah, it does feel like it. Double measured response being added in. I think there's a world where Seabeast finds one more measured response here and like an extract, and it might be like completely Jover here. But Azimuth finding one more measured, yeah, that's instantly getting trashed. Trashing Anthill also, just wanting to dig for cards here.
Okay. Oh yeah, you can see 3 more, but doesn't.
Oh, spec working out. Yeah, deciding to stay safe enough, like there might be some cards that you just don't know that you might hit. Discarding Anicam into depth, totally fine. Not getting allowed to draw.
If you haven't found any ice, you have to purge here, I think.
Even if we have ice, like yeah, we'll see 3 more cards of R&D, but yeah, you kind of have to just place it somewhere. And if we see the purge, it's just going to be Jai running back 3 times, getting back to 3 counters on Conduit, and you're kind of not fixing the position you're in at that point.
Yeah.
So kind of a nightmare spot. Card in the remote, extracting it out, getting to 10 credits, ice on R&D, and now there's options here. CB is probably wishing that this is the fly swatter. That would be so helpful in clearing conduits out.
Yeah, fly swatter could save you here.
Yeah, coalescence being dropped. Just free value. Spec work does make sense. Also makes Simulchip now open again.
Yeah.
So I think this is going to be 3rd click run conduit and go digging in R&D.
Yeah, if Corprez envelopment, you can Simulchip a propeller to handle it probably.
Yeah, you have access to a Simulchip in the bin. You have access to pressure spike if you just need to find a permanent breaker solution. And if it's anything else, you can also get SMC into Revolver, probably. Which would be doing a lot of good for you. Still not deciding to go through it with it though. Maybe we are thinking about something different. Yeah, deciding to take a spot to think. It makes sense, you are allowed to do that. I wonder what the question is here for if Jai is not running. There's a world where you run and the face check is extremely nasty and you go below the 8 credits for the for the rest and you get killed by measured response. So I think we're just like thinking about that for a second.
In credits and 6 cards, you cannot die to measured. And stone ship.
I think the issue is if you run R&D and get hit by something, quotation marks, like that would be the way. That would be the way you lose. So just Jai just deciding to play it safe. Just put your cards on the table, let your opponent purge, and maybe focus on HQ next.
Yeah, you don't have to take any risk in this position.
Yeah, kind of a situation where it's the runner's game to lose at this point.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, getting copulation. Running archives.
We're gonna sweep HQ then. Yeah, makes sense. The Copas had so much trouble finding ice. Probably must be a bit flooded.
Yeah, it does feel like it. Nano management being put on there. Doesn't really matter what cards we pick at this point.
And not even running HQ.
Yeah, not even. Just putting it on, staying safe, drawing up.
Stone ship, we're now very, very safe.
Yeah, second stone ship means you're basically never dying to the response line. Ice on HQ, current server 7. Also, getting this nano management does mean it's much more annoying to try to fast advance the puzzle spar out of hand. So Jack just could be deciding that, okay, you have to build a remote to actually score anything, because I'm camping on this nano management.
Yeah, if you don't have that, you need Bass, but you need to have stick on the table. Or you can fast advance with Slash and Burn, but then you need Basalt Counter or Spin to protect the agendas, which only 2 spin out. So
Oshiko on table. Probably has to trash that. It's 2 real credits, so you're kind of safe that way.
Good. Yeah, Zimata has done a lot of work in this game.
Yeah, 100%. Kind of has been, like, Jai is not actually that rich compared to, like, how long the game has been going on and how much Jai has been required to spend credits. Feels like we kind of just are not liquid enough. And that's a way the corp can kind of pressure you.
Yeah, don't overextend. As you said, it's up to the runner to lose this game.
There's also a situation where I think Jai doesn't want to run HQ or R&D just to make sure that there's no rest cards on there for like extract into something. Could be a scary line. Regolith mining license being pushed out, and are we seeing trash Regolith click for 3 again? Basically, looks really similar to the last turn. Yeah, it's looking like it. Okay, the commission instead makes sense. And I guess the liquidity problem is being solved by us clicking for 3 credits a turn, and the corp kind of just not being able to do anything. I think we need an ice to start protecting this, but might be just that we don't have any. We have discarded quite a bit of them. 5 ice in our archives without like us even being able to rest them at all. I'm gonna draw. And draw, install. Interesting. Spin Doctors via the gore looks like something, but I feel like Jai is just going to be kicking this down insta. Wall to wall.
Yeah.
Kick it out.
On Calculate and Azimuth, you can just check this and trash everything.
Yeah, trash 2 click for credits does seem like a similar line we have seen previously. Until also not that hard to trash. And even dropping a sure gamble for the love of the game. Second Simul chip coming down. And might be not saying no to the latter draw here. No, deciding to take it. There's a world where we run out of cards in the deck at some point, but you never want to like preemptively do that. CB's still having to click for draws. Are we just not finding that many, like any eyes in here? We have 13 credits, so like that's enough to protect a remote at least with something. Okay, 2 again. Install draw 1, install 2 in the remote.
That's the last one. And some response from Jai.
Yeah, I think this is going to be my wires being run and trashed. We say purge, doesn't really matter.
Install this on R&D.
Yeah,
I didn't do anything. Yeah.
Wage workers also, I think that's also getting pushed down.
Not the most exciting gameplay, indeed.
It's...
Yes, sorry for the audience.
I don't think the game is like... It's like a teaching moment where like Jai is playing this perfectly. There's no need for Jai to actually go in R&D or HQ. Jai is totally content in just camping it out. Oh, never mind. Overclock in the HQ. Straight as I was saying anything. First one F-Char. Want to break out of the overclock. Second sub has to fire. Cannot use overclock credits on those. Maskirovka does require us to use the Simul chip to fetch a barrier breaker.
So yeah, Azimuth is trashed to pay for the Simul chip. And we get the pressure spike.
Yeah, makes sense. I'm spinning 3 and accessing 3 cards. Bass takes a walk. Good boy. Or is chatting? Oh, Slash and Burn, there it is. Accessing 25 unique cards. Yeah, just a cleaning put on by Jai. Doing exactly what you needed to contest early remotes. May put a conduit down, force them to defend R&D, and just keep clearing the remotes after they don't have anything to protect those.
Yeah, great control from Jai. Got quite lucky early indeed, yeah.
Yeah, early on finding... Yeah, Basalt still early was like... I don't think that actually mattered that much. Even if Basalt Spire gets into the HQ, it's still like the same situation, kind of. It's more that we found Anicam super early, so we had like incidental cards through the entire game, and we found the Azimuth early, which like actually let us trash the cards that we were accessing from the remotes. Without that, we're kind of like way more stretched out for money. I think we have like 20 minutes still left in the round if you want to jump into a different game and ask if we can be spectating those.
Only 5 tables left?
Yeah, you can
check table 1 with NBN maybe. What's the king? Oh yeah, 2 points. You can come in.
Alright.
So Sebel Fox on Lat again against the Kings on Epiphany. Is already quite a developed board state.
Oh, and that's
That's
an interesting lat board. We see order. That's not what we would expect normally.
That's
we did have to float. We did have to float tags. Shipment scoring 2 points out of freedom of information. And do we have a second one? We get the free powers that be counter trigger here. Yeah, installing gaslight with that second freedom of information. That's 4 points on a turn and 2 powers that be triggers. That's so amazing here. What a line!
Gaslight installed.
Yeah, gaslight. If you have a spin doctor also. Oh, we installed 2 gaslights. What's the operation that we're fetching? More tag punishment?
He installed the 2 freedom and then play 1 shipment, double advance both, and score both.
Yeah, get double gaslight onto the table. So we're like, we need to get rid of those or clear the tags, or we're like getting destroyed here. That's such a line.
Yeah, Sybil Fox was afraid to get flatline, and now Corp has 6 points.
Yeah, I think that might have been a situation where the runner was thinking about having to clear 1 more tag, but just couldn't afford it. Running server 9, Messenger chest were being broken by Ori for a counter and a credit. Or counter and 2 cards from hand. And then ping being broken by 1. And we know that that's a gaslight in there that you just have to kind of take out. 2 credits to...
You're probably going after the one in server 13 too, if you get rid of this one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gaslight isn't unique. You can raise both and get 2 operation.
Mm-hmm.
And properly trashed. Like from
yes, strike one
with buffer drive.
Yes, strike one kind of good.
Yeah, be useful.
Then 1 propeller counter and 1 credit to break the ping. Access gaslight has to break for trash for 2 credits. Gets your order counter at least also as a consideration price.
You're gonna do float blast tag. Still problem. Oh.
Oh?
Didn't trash it? What's going on?
I think we might have missed that part that B actually shows the card that was.
Oh. Okay, Sybil Fox should install Cyber Feeder because it does tell you.
Yeah, Cyber Feeder, kind of a broken extension. Yeah, that's a tough spot. At least we don't have a spin doctor to get this shipment from Vlad back in there. And I feel like we're getting to see both gaslights be rest. Get a, I think, transfer. What I'm expecting to see is going to be transfer, retribution and bigger picture be added back to hand, and then we will see some cards be destroyed. Kind of something that I would expect to be trashed. Maybe buffer drive. Yeah, that's the bigger picture.
Sure.
Oh, second gaslight not being actually used.
We're using the one that is iced.
I think we
some weird choices.
I think we want that server to be open for a push this turn. Feel like
probably yeah. Let's be that.
Yeah, if we just go install like a something in there, it would be kind of safe. Funds coverage showing a federal fundraising. A super important card. We have a federal fundraising also on the table, so does mean that we get all our information entirely for free.
Your picture used to give the runner a second tag.
Oh, asking for action? No actions here. Maybe thinking if you want to... Oh, end of the line? Drawing 2. Sick! Oh, we hit 2 steel skins! End of the line, not lethal here. Also, Anycam to get that so much. Uses buffer to add sure gamble to the bottom of the deck. Oh yeah, adding gamble back on the bottom.
So end of the line, and you end up with one more card. 2 steel skin and Anycam.
Yeah, that's
something.
we have known the tempo end of the line, but this is the first time I've seen tempo end of the line for the runner. Also, card being added into 09. And do we see the bigger picture here? Or was that for something else? No, yeah, we have to... So yeah, we bigger picture, give the tag end of the line, and hope that we end of the line, kill with the second one. But yeah, just cannot get that one in.
So there's probably a second end of the line in hand.
I would assume so, yeah. Federal Fundraising getting trashed. I think that's the most important one card that you need to trash in these matchups. And Sable Fox floating 1 tag on the table. Having to go and deal with the server 9. Buffer drive still on the table, making your order be kinda efficient in breaking, where you don't lose all of your cards from hand.
Oh, he has no counter. How are you breaking this business trade as well? Are we sim chipping?
No, I think it showed kind of differently. We did have a counter on it.
Yeah, there was one. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's just like when you press break all, it's like deletes the counter, and then you have to decide the things. One propeller. We see a access here. A spin doctor being raised. Now we are actually on 0 counters, but the whole table is open for our counter farming, so not the biggest deal. I think bigger picture and alone in hand. And there, the gaslight is still waiting on the table, server 13.
You have to get rid of it, yeah.
Kinda, yeah.
To credit.
At least it's all clearing attack. That ends up with the same proposition also, though. Oppo not open yet. We haven't triggered that. We could see something just added in the server 9. Or I think Gaslight. Gaslight fetching a end of the line. We have 2 in hand now. Do we have a way to get the tag preemptively? Because I don't believe we saw trash last turn. Nice coverage. Doesn't show anything. We don't know the top of the deck yet. And I think the king might be digging for a YOLO man somewhere to be able to get that stuff going on.
Fox is sitting on a cataloger with 3 counters, which must have been rigged up. Couldn't find the time to use it, apparently.
Oh, did we trash something last turn? I don't think we... Did we? Oh, we trashed the federal fundraising. Yeah, that's 100%. So getting 4 tags... This is a scary situation here, yeah. And we know that there's a lot of really annoying cards in hand. Double end of the line, so, and we have lost basically all of our steel skin scarrings, so those are not going to save you. You have an Anycam to save your beat, so steel skin scarring plus Anycam I think is 3 cards, and it would be enough if you have 5 in hand.
Yeah, 1 steel skin left, but not enough.
Yeah, that
has to survive.
Specifically that has to be in the hand. So I think it might be a do or die turn here, and we might see this cataloger being headed up into R&D.
Yeah, but you need to steal probably 3 agendas.
Yeah, I think that typical lists have switched out from playing any copies of the next big thing. So 3 agendas, you see 4 cards of Cataloger, but it has to be the first click to actually go in there and trash anything.
You can also clear 3 tags, but that's probably not just winning with 7-9, I guess.
Yeah, that is also we have seen the bigger picture end of the line being able to be played. So kind of gamble, jailbreak HQ, calling it. And do we see the rest here? Starlit Night would be 7 to break if you are not floating attacks. Ping, doesn't matter.
We have nothing to deal with the end of the line.
End of the line? But Artificial Cryptocrash, that's 1 point. Do we have multi-access for R&D? I think R&D has not been reordered by federal fundraisings. So R&D could be just like, could be it. Like jailbreak R&D or even, no, catalog R&D, you don't have enough clicks left. So it has to be something like a jailbreak R&D or anything R&D.
Then jailbreak. If you have 2 agendas in the top 4.
Oh yeah, 100%. That could be a line. Of course, loses if there's a spin doctor on table, but
that's probably the only line.
Yeah, still safe for 100%. Yeah, going in the first run. And this ice has to be big. I feel like with the advancement, does look like a Messed chest though. No VSA! Not what you want to see here. Still simul chipping for Unity. Don't want to be losing these credits. Yeah, breaking for 0. And we are we cataloging? We are?
We are.
And
although 3 jailbreaks in the bin, so.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh damn! That's an unluck. And no action. But we have a next big thing. Oh no!
There was
a next big thing in just waiting there. Managing to get 5 points out of nowhere, kinda. R&D just opened up.
Side game.
Yeah, no spin doctor on table. Holman preparing for a score next turn, and federal fundraising just bit too late to actually reorganize the deck. Yeah, just cannot get those into the safety. Oh, also a second agenda in hand. Double end of the line. Oh no.
Well you play, Sable Fox. That was really a tough one to pull.
Yeah, that's shocking twists here in the end. I think that was our last game for the round 2.
Yeah, I think time.
Oh, I think round 3 might have been paired already.
Has it?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah. Fastio.
But yeah, just clicking buttons. Yeah, I think the last table did have an extension, so rest of the games had been finishing up already.
Maybe you can check table 4. There's Ateya versus Sable. We haven't seen any criminal.
Oh, that could be interesting, yeah. Yeah, just trying to figure out commentary changes here on the side, but we can definitely jump into the game if it starts starting.
Where is it?
Table 4, I don't think. Oh, yeah, it's up.
Okay, on table 4 to be streamed from for an extremely normal netrunner, says Harmon B. And Ateya.
Yeah, Ateya, kind of an idea we have not seen in a while. Being limited to 2 remote servers, basically a unique line in the history of the game. And you get free installs every time you install a card into the different remote, so it's going to be kind of a ping-ponging between the servers with the installs. Just kind of lost a couple of key cards in the previous rotation, so has not been seen as much recently, but still interested to see what's happening.
Torpedo Tyrus is EA Sports?
I don't think so. EA Sports supposedly a East Anglian UK Netrunner community, but
yeah,
probably has couple of people from different regions, but people can call them out on it on their own accord. Okay, we see the starters around. And did we see the keep actually? No, looks like Harmon beat mulligan and then Torpedo Tyrus keeping. Click for draw hedge fund. And do we see Ice protecting his HQ? No, just double installing on the remotes.
Respect for transfer of wealth?
Yeah, zero respect, just being sent in. At least not first, clean getaway. Yeah, free run. Sable getting those free runs every time the opponent runs a server that's randomly determined at the start of the game. Or start of turn, every turn. Copulation, server 2. Longevity serum installed on the remote.
Like a pretty good start for the corp.
Yeah, just draw. And Harmon B, I think, did mulligan, so could be like, I guess, the situation where you get a hand that you just have to jam La Costa. Not being copulationed, just being left out, left by itself. Does make sense. It's a card that doesn't really do anything by itself. Click for a draw. Are we digging for some ice here? Card in server 1 gets the free one. And that's instantly exactly what Atea can be used for. A free spin trick just getting installed, ditched into the different remote. Also, Ice going on HQ. Yeah, Ice going on HQ instead of server 1. So, server 1 completely open. Jailbreak being sent. Accessing. Also, on a mark again. Perfect mark rolls for Torpedo Tyrus here. Host a Palisade and a couple trash a Charlotte.
Maybe we feel the corp is struggling to find ice, so listening to cap this Palisade.
Yeah, it could be. Also, it just is a pretty annoying thing to deal with. Also, we see Charlotte installed in server 1 without the ice going on top. 0 defense. For that, and second Charlotte also getting trashed does mean we're going to be quite poor when we don't have the best econ card in the deck lined up. Seeing a free petty cash. Adrian says moving over. One of these new sysop characters that we got in the liberation cycle, where at the end of the turn they may move to a different server. So Adrian being installed by the Ateya ability, and then switching over to protect the main server that we have being set up. And server 1 again looking like a threat, this time with even an ice protecting it. So if we have the third Charlotte, that might be Harmon B's saving grace here.
Good morning, EMEA. Hello.
Hello. And yeah, we have the commentator that was supposed to start from the start of this round. Yeah.
Sounding a bit low.
I got so excited watching the end of that last round that I forgot I was supposed to go to my laptop.
The typical scenes.
Yeah, we've got another of my EA Sports teammates on camera right now. Very exciting. Torpedo Tyrus from Secret East Anglia in Germany.
We pump Cobra Bubble's volume a bit. He sounds low. Yeah.
I have a flower sermon scored here. I love this card. What a delightful card. You get to move so much cardboard around. It's great. 5 counters? Come on.
You can use them to... Each time you get an Atea trigger. No? Don't you? Not with this one? Oh no.
No, that was with Ginger City Grid, I believe, was the way you converted it into Atea counters. Yeah, Harmon B's got it. It just says win the game. That's right. Yeah, you just get to control the top of R&D for quite a long time, which is pretty neat, and find the cards you need. Very nice little subtle effect that gives you a lot of control over the game.
Bravado on the remote.
Just as acting as an expensive ice wall here, but doing the job.
We can't hear you very well. Could you maybe move closer to the mic?
Yeah, let me just have a little things on my end. I set this in a little bit of a rush.
Okay. HQ, there's no cards in there. No res, so just 4 credits. Just 4 credits. That's pretty good. Gamble, I'm now installing twinning, but we don't have any hosted credit to spend to charge the twinning yet. And then contesting the second remote with a spin, which gets popped to shuffle back Charlotte and Seamless Launch. And second card is another La Costa grid. And Tyrus decides to leave it there. Monby scores off-world from the first remote. Up to 4 points now. So 5 counters on Flower Sun still sitting there doing their thing. I wonder what are they going to be used for? We'll see.
Yeah, I guess they'll be waiting for an R&D run, or we have a little disconnect here.
That's much better. We can hear you pretty well now.
Oh, amazing. Perfect. Yeah, the flower summon count is best used when that twinning starts to actually pressure R&D.
Yeah, I guess.
Which might be happening now with this jailbreak. We'll see Tyrus having some connection issues here, it looks like.
Yeah, we had players with connection issue yesterday from the America's Pod. Let's hope we don't have more today.
Exciting to see Atea in play. Been a while since I've seen Atea. I'm not sure what the current brews are doing, but Adrian always a pretty nice effective card to have in the deck. Doubly effective because your opponents have to read it at least 3 times a game.
Yeah, maybe Harmon B is trying to force their opponent to read cards playing Flower Summon and Adrian. We've really known some players building their deck to that intent.
Yeah, it's great, yeah. I definitely know a few players who that strategy would be powerful against. Naming no names. But so far, just a straightforward rush behind one ice, and it's getting there. Sable probably wants to find a Hermes or something to try and take apart this relatively simple board and start getting on top of things.
There is back. Let's hope. Cool again.
Yeah.
So
touch wood.
R&D. No tuning counter.
Here's the sermon. So there was a boomy on top. And now that boomy may or may not be in HQ. And Torpedo Tyrus may or may not be able to play this game. Oh dear.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
So you reveal the top, draw 2.
So
Use
probably,
a counter protector on this.
probably we've just put the boomy back on top here since it's a card you don't care about the runner accessing.
Yeah, makes sense.
Unless there's a bite or something hanging out that you'd rather have there. We've achieved successful runs.
Using the counter to put a bite is pretty funny play.
Oh, there's a vulnerability audit right underneath. Oh, that's tough. Oh, I tell you here. Last card you want to see. 2 cards down, just there.
You've seen Seamless at some point, I think. Was it?
Yeah, I believe we did. So that seems to be the scoring plan here. Just get those 4 advancement agendas in the server, seamless them out. Which means that, reprise. I was about to say we won't get a Hermes bounce this game, but reprise is just as good or better.
Indeed. What are we bouncing?
Bounce the tattoo and clear the remote, maybe, or bounce HQ, and yeah, maybe we can sweep HQ here, or we can transfer potentially.
Is to bounce a face down. That's the best use, but
yeah, I mean, it's only 2 credits for tattoo.
We're sweeping. There's nothing there. Predictive planogram.
Yeah, there's the transfer, so that makes the HQ bounce make a bit more sense. But now you want to clear your tag because you know about predictive.
Seven credits. Barely a board state.
Yeah, but we're going to proactively flower summon here to get to the cards we need. It does, as well as keeping R&D relatively safe, it does help break R&D lock at the same time. Getting that efficiency.
Yeah, to build this remote and protect centrals.
Hey, look at that. Instant board state.
4 cards installed.
And Ataya combining nicely there.
New card draw. Marquis Archives. Drawing again. DM to click this again credits. And 7 credits. Cannot raise all this ice. Are we trying to pressure the centrals? Not this turn. Coopera and Mamie installed.
Yeah, in some ways, the runner seeing all of HQ is an advantage for Harmon B here because he knows that she has a Sisentan somewhere. So making runs, even though you have the Kurapira to deal with Tatubola, is going to be a little scary until we get a killer online.
Power summon counter used. Planogram draw 2. So now we found some ice.
Yeah, and
something to jam in the remote too.
Yeah, threatening. I mean, now that Tyrus knows there's vulnerability audits in the deck, we're threatening the win here, and we're also threatening Sisentan still. So this could be Could be over quicker than we thought in favor of Ataya here.
Yeah.
I guess if you can force a Sisentan res and survive, or a Boto, then it's going to be hard for the Corp to score out this turn. They need Seamless to do it on from 2 credits.
Like you need only 2 credits probably to score.
Yeah, 2 credits if we have Seamless, but you can make them have it. As right
Yeah.
here. Or we can play Transfer of Wealth. Always a good compromise. Hopefully we don't die to Sisentan here. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. Here's the lottery. This is a big choice here for Harmon B. If we choose right, we win the game. Choose wrong, we go to 0 credits with a vulnerable agenda sitting in the remote, we think. If that's usually the right choice. Whoa!
Survives.
4 damage, but not 5. Whoa, there was a Hermes in there and a Chesva. Keeping us alive.
There's 2 events, Pinhole and Clean Gateway, so could have died from this.
Could have died. Wow. But we get the transfer.
I'm not sure
we see another
what the
predictive.
odds are, but
the predictive is good here. That's going to force the tag clear this turn again, probably.
yeah, Harmon be down to 0 credits and Torpedo Tyrus to 0 cards. Drawing up.
Yeah, could. I mean, do you want to play around Urtica here? I guess, yeah, if we go through and break this tattoo, we're giving money, so you could die to bite here. It's not impossible.
With the money, then
We get to play
Corp
the
can
side
play
game.
the Adrian Psychem.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
Now
Harmon
he's
be
popping the
spending,
counter.
spending counter to find ice probably.
Yeah, so maybe she put all that ice we saw onto the board and hasn't drawn any more, but she revealed a tattoo bowler, so we know at minimum she can swap a tattoo in here. Yeah, this is really tough because you've seen the predictive. Otherwise, you would maybe just be happy to let the corp sit on 0 credits for a turn and not give them this tattoo value. But as it is, Hammerby could, in theory, go predictive, seamless, win the game.
Yeah.
So we have to go in here, give the credits, and play this side game. And we'll get some Ataya value, sure, why not?
So we had 2 eyes, at least.
Well, that could be the tattoo that just got swapped, I think.
The install on the second remote.
Yes. Now we have a side game. Oh, I love side games. Are you a side game fan?
Pretty funny, yeah.
Yeah, they're good. Good stuff.
So you want Harmon B to spam, and
2
she
each.
spams.
Whoa. 2 each is like the rarest kind of side game. Great call from Tyrus.
Wow.
Big read there. And it was the
Well
off-world for the
played.
game. Very exciting. Wow.
Mulled it on 6 points, yeah.
Almost got away with it though. Very well played on both sides.
Yeah. There's a T game in the end screen. You have speak and stats. Never noticed that.
Oh, yeah.
That's funny.
That's fun. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I saw a 2-2 side game. Great read.
Usually, one player wants to force the other to spend money.
Yeah.
What have we got? Still plenty of games going on. Do you fancy something in particular?
Oh, let's have a look.
Maybe table 15?
15. Oh yeah, Pinsol. Pinsol's always exciting to watch.
Table again? Or already 4 to 5, but like TI combo stream. Okay. Looks like some shoot the moon precision designs.
Sorry, were we good to jump on table 15?
I'm asking,
Okay,
still waiting
sure.
for answer from the second player, who seems to have missed my message. Do you have any no stream list, by the way?
Yeah, that is in the chat.
Okay. Oh. Weird. Well, looks like, yeah. Oh well. Looking for the combo to win, actually. Okay, let's try some combo at the table. Maybe I'm gonna check table 21. It's hard to get noticed. Okay, we're good for table 21. Bezeton playing Eza against Clithroom Epiphany. So that's
Okay.
4 points on each side. 5 core damage? Oh yeah, it's Eza. Didn't find the marrow, the hand size.
No, and yeah, with no hand size, no credits, one tag. Looking pretty spooky here. We've had some retribution. There's a retribution in archives. Maybe we hit a marrow with that, possibly.
It says 2 marrows in archives, so maybe there's been a retribution. Yeah, could be. Let's check the.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
the corp is just pushing something in server 5 here. Probably an agenda. Seems like you can get away with it with the run on 0 credits and 0 icebreakers.
Yeah, Marrow was trashed just last turn. 10-10.
Okay, so that's, yeah, really tough for Baserton here to find a way out of this. On the plus side, it looks like we've seen enough influence that there probably aren't any end of the lines. So you're not going to die to any of the corpse cards, but you have to try not to die to your own cards at this point.
Yeah, there's one advancement on the card in server 5. Yeah. Oh, raindrops
Raindrops into the night. Wow.
on R&D.
That's going to get us 3 cards, but it is going to end the run. And leave us very tagged. And we only have 2 clicks to use those cards before we lose them.
Yeah, rough situation for Bazeton. Single chip. And
Okay,
we burn server
try a
5.
challenge. We can chip into Begemot, Abasi, Chisel, Botulus, Revolver. We have every option here, but only one of them. If these two ice are different types, then we're going to get kept out. But only 2 credits for Clithrum after that.
You can't
Style
install
res, so-
Begemot because the core damage will kill you
Oh,
at
true.
the end of the turn.
That's true.
But-
So we need a different answer to the ping here.
But Botulus, maybe?
Yeah, or Chisel. Does Chisel work? No, Chisel doesn't work straight away, does it? So it needs to be Botulus.
Botulus on this ping. This is
Stoke.
a Stoke. So that wasn't a win, but now 6-4. We discard Strike, Financial Gamble.
Yeah, so a little risky resing that Starlit Knight here and going poor, leaving server 5 vulnerable, but with 2 balanced coverages and a federal, then we're guaranteeing a bunch of cash here for Epiphany to bounce back. We're revealing the off-world. We're gonna put the off-world in a hand, I guess, and install it with 1 reception maybe, and then hope that this second ice keeps the runner out. It's a little bold.
Or maybe this off-world is now a few cards down in R&D. Who knows?
Could be. Oh, we score a freedom. That's good. And then we advance in server 5 here.
Yeah, putting 3 tags.
Not
messed up. Damn.
Oh, interesting. Maybe
Trunk
use a
glass
credit
click.
count. Okay. If I'm based in here, my read is that they did put the off-world on server 5, but the outer ice is a 5 cost, and so they didn't have enough.
Maybe that's what they want the runner to think.
Could be, yeah. It's a good set. I mean, yeah. I don't know what would it could be a Czechist scion sitting here. But it feels like you're going to want to be running the server at least as Baserton, because if they are bluffing, then there's not much you can do about it. But you can't do much about anything anyway with your 5 core damage, no icebreakers. So
yeah, you have to send it. Yeah. Here we go.
I'm expecting. Oh, okay, it's a VSA. So maybe you're right. It could be a bluff here.
Yeah, isn't that game?
It's an off-world. Wow.
Well played, Baserton.
Interesting. Yeah, unfortunate. I guess Cleathrough maybe lost track of which ice were installed where. Or that they should have installed a B1001. Yeah, seems like there was one. But yeah, very not often you see the 1 card installed, 0 hand size runner win the game with 4 tags. It pays off here.
Yeah, nice game.
Yes.
How many times do we have left? How much time?
I think 15 minutes.
15 minutes. We can still try to find some other game.
Yeah, sounds good.
Let's see. Maybe. Okay, I'm checking table 23.
Yeah.
Oh, poetry. Versus Lou.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, you can come table 23. So, Butler on poetry and 6 points scored. Kevin K on Lou, already 3 points. Lou is Chisel, Charm, Cacophony.
We're seeing an archives run here with a trashed ice. So feeling like there's something important in archives. Corpus distracted saying hi to his mum here.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's a whiff on archives. So whatever reason the runner had to read archives value there didn't quite pay off. And we've got a couple of face downs here. Not sure if the runner knows them, but if not, they could just be scores with that wedge workers on the table. We've got a cacophony in play, so I guess that explains the archives run. Probably some of those cards were sabotaged.
There's 2B1000 and ping in archive, so copies on ping tagging plan, and a bass too. Yeah, funhouse, yeah.
Probably there's some greasing the palms in here somewhere, I guess, to go with the tags. We're just icing up everything. Wow.
And fully
Leave
operational.
No server uniced.
4 triggers. Yeah, nice fully up. And 3 credits.
So we haven't installed anything new on the table though. So fair
Icing
presume
up,
for the
yeah.
runner that you're not losing. Those 2 cards in server 3 and 6 were both there at the start turn, and if they were any kind of 2-point agenda, they could have been scored. So you get a turn to try and recover here. Get some of that.
Be another bass and a score from him.
That's true, that's true. For HQ, yeah, possibly deciding we need to respect that fast advance threat. Plenty of options for the Simmel chip in the heap here. We've got Gourmand, we've got Fermenter, Audrey, Chisel.
We're going just for a single here.
No rats is interesting, so
yeah.
Maybe HQ is clean.
Accessing. Maybe Cops wants to keep some credits to defend their remotes.
Yeah, and I think Kevin K here just making the call that, look, you're only on 7, and you've iced all these servers. You can't res all of them. We're just going to try and make you spend money somewhere and reduce your ability to score.
Maybe looking for Trashable to charge Cacophony.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And trigger Lou. Paladin's getting hungry. Only 1 click left after this.
Yeah. The pause to think here could suggest an ablative barrier. Thinking about what to install. More or less,
which could be
anything you put
used
in
to
server 7 is going to be pretty threatening. Server 1, sorry.
Probably in archive for ablative. No res.
No res, okay. Decides to need the credits more than whatever the value that ice might give if resed, and we get lucky on the single.
Instead of cookbook.
Okay.
Piece the Paladin. This chisel is much in archive. The heap is much more useful. With single chip, you can break, ping. Well, with the rising that's not the best targets, but
yeah, this server 1 actually more vulnerable than it looks because the funhouse can just immediately die to Devil Charm Chisel without ever giving the tag.
And another fully upplayed. Got now up to 15 credits. Only money this time.
Yeah, that's what you need. You've got all your pieces in play, it looks like.
The card has been in here for a few turns, and now we icing it up again. Seems important. only on 2 credit, but with 3 on Paladin, can install some stuff.
We also, importantly, know that we have the cookbook symbol chip for Audrey to come in with a counter.
Indeed,
Gives
yeah.
a universal answer to any ice and gives us an answer that we'll keep giving if we can keep trashing things. Although, yeah, credits are going to be the trouble here for trashing.
But we need some program to use symbol chip for her. There's only Rising Tide.
Yeah, and the Rising Tide looking pretty good here with the floating on the table. Okay, server 1, are we just going to wipe this funhouse, or are we going to take the tags? Could be a B1001 in server 3, maybe that might be what we were looking to protect.
Yeah, to destroy it, you have to sacrifice Rising Tide, and then you cannot break ablative, so I think we're just getting tagged.
Looks like it.
Do we have a B1000 in server 3 or 6? We'll soon know, probably.
Or this could just be any old asset in server 1. Just looking for the runner to get tagged for no gain.
Yeah, and on 1 credit,
No,
there's
there
not
it
much you can trash, so probably it's an agenda. B1000 is raised to protect it.
It's going to more or less lock out Kevin of any more rounds, unless we have an economy card in hand. We could click up to go and try and trash this, but by the time you've done that, your turn is over. If you run anywhere else, your run gets ended. So we run R&D more than once, I guess, is the idea. But you still have to steal twice. And there's a funhouse there, so that's no good.
I think you just have to bounce off this one, probably.
Yeah, I think so, and hope there's points in HQ.
Interesting poetry build.
Yeah, very interesting.
Even in case he messed up. Not sure what other lines he had, but this one's certainly not looking very good.
Maybe he had some information from earlier in the game that would have clued him in that the funhouse was there.
Might be.
At any rate, yeah, HQ seems like the last available place to try and secure a win here. See if Captain Butler has the credits to res. Okay, yeah, giving a tag.
Yet another tag, yeah.
And that's going to be 2 tags and 2 clicks, so no more runs for the runner.
Yeah, Corp can either remove one tag with B1000 if there's any agendas in HQ, or just let it go through.
Yep. There it is.
Something in there, it seems, but you're not getting it.
Yeah, the rare case where the runner has no impactful click they can make at the
With
end.
the Witch Walkers, probably Corp can score anything, yeah.
Yep.
GG.
There it is.
Stegodon.
Oh. Stegodon for the 7th point. Spectacular. Yeah, do you res those pings, I guess? Makes sense.
Okay, really interesting deck. Maybe
yeah, neat deck.
We'll check it again later. I'm just getting a quick break. I'll be right back.
No problem. Yeah, interesting deck that. I guess on paper I would expect an Audrey deck to do pretty well into a deck that's plan is to try and get fully operational value with a lot of cards behind a single ice, but in this case, a pretty comprehensive performance from that poetry from Captain Butler. Very interesting.
Yeah, I think
I guess I was just going to say, I guess we're about done for round 3.
I think so. It's like, I think 3 games left still. So we're soon getting the results. Yeah, the top table is looking kind of mixed between the IDs that we see. Just like 2 Oshikos out of the list. And basically every single runner being different until table 6 is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's maybe not what I would be expecting this late into like a metagame with kind of minimal ban list changes. Just before the next set comes out.
It does feel like there's kind of the diversity in factions, at least on the runner side, doesn't correlate to identities exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a lot of Hoshikos and like the Ludek we just saw that are all playing the same kind of Audrey cards that Seb is playing, for example.
Yeah.
So I don't know, might more certainly look from their identities. The text is typical from the games.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a few Sable and a few Zyra in this event, I think. But, probably mostly the same kind of gel.
I think you might need to disconnect and connect back. I think your voice kind of got like robotic.
I confirm. So I'm back.
Yeah, I think we will have one more round before the break. There's going to be 45 minutes that we have.
Yeah, that's the last one before break. Okay.
Yeah, next one. And people can go make food and something like that during that.
So still a few games that I've yet to report. Not quite finished yet. Oh, yeah, there's still 30 seconds in the run. Oh no, it's just been called.
And yeah, I think one game has still an extension going on, so might be a bit before we get the actual final results. I think we can look at the top standings. After round, okay, I guess after round 2, we have the numbers just for round 2, which kind of not are like super indicative when 30% of the players are on 6, like on the top points. Yeah.
A lot of Yuko, but also Restoring Humanity, Ateya, we have some other Jinteki IDs.
I think it's like super mixed, like what I was saying before. It's a huge mix of IDs. It's going to be like kind of interesting to see if there's going to be like consolidation in the top at the end of the thing, where it sometimes is like there used to be these IDs that were really popular but not really good. Stuff like Sports Metal for lots of its life, or PD for a lot of its life, where it's like not performing in the top cut, but people still bring it a lot, where it then ended up kind of petering out during the tournament.
Helen is back. The spot there wasn't any, or maybe a couple. All the reg shipper were on that.
Yeah, I think there's a couple Magdalenes, which is like basically that, but a different feel. There's a combination, even not more reg shaper than there's Oshiko's, which is
One is on Tao.
Yeah, Tao. A deck that some people love playing. I have never seen the point, but I think that's just the spike in me talking about it.
Well, some would tell you it's a totally egregious identity and shouldn't be allowed at all. But
The
Not very many
classic.
people in this tournament seem to believe that.
Yeah, HP not doing very well. We still don't have the third one ranking, but there wasn't any on 2 wins.
Yeah, it's tough to say when they probably have played PD one time.
Yeah, of course.
So it could be PD winning and Runnels losing, or something like that. It's like, I don't know where all the Leos and Restoring Humanities went. I feel like that was kind of a powerful deck before their latest ban list, and I guess Matryoshka was enough of a boon for like these asset kind of decks that those went away or something. Tough to say.
Yeah, it
Someone
did feel
broke
like
a station.
we do have another station. Yeah.
Oh, that's
but-
Bazaton. Okay.
He's a classic. He's a classic Earth Station sicko. It's Boston.
That's his how do you call it? The image Jinteki. It's a station.
Yeah, one of the air station's strongest soldiers. There definitely is like a list of players who are typecasted into playing different IDs. I think another popular example used to be Wenjong, who was like the only player playing Isuak into any kind of relevance. And even Wenjong kind of letting the ID go during the times has been tough scenes for the Isuak fans out in the wild.
Hey, he came back to it from time to time. Still interesting brews.
Yeah, there's a new set coming out, so maybe we get a couple of Isuak cards in there. Who knows? We can
I
get
don't know what an Isuak card looks like, but
there's like the Helium 3 deposit, but in Jinteki. That would be kind of good.
Oh, we have the new standings.
No hype.
Excellent. We can stop talking about Helium 3 deposit.
Hey, come on. It's kind of sicko combo. If somebody drafts this in drafts, like, they will win the game.
I don't think so. I'm sorry, Exu. I think they will lose the game, but that's that's an argument for another time. We have 7 players undefeated after 3 rounds.
Big Ob.
Yeah, 3 Ob at the top, 2 Epiphany, just 1 Egg, quite a few Anarchs.
I also think we have pairings up, so we can start jumping into a game.
Different Anarchades. Yes. Where are we going?
Well, we could see our world champion on table 1.
Sounds good.
See one of those RH decks that Axel was talking about against Magdalene. Some of the slightly
I
less
think we've seen RH
identities in their
yet.
factions.
Yeah, I've joined the table, but still waiting for. It says only zones left for now. Is okay with it. Okay. Yeah, we're good to watch table 1. Hasn't started yet. Here you go. So Minstrel on Alain. Who can install a card, a program or a piece of hardware from the discarded cards at the end of the turn.
Yeah. Oh,
Draft on Restoring Humanity, usually very glassy.
Yeah, interesting kind of symmetry here between the two IDs. Both of them get value for discarding.
Oh, indeed. Could be a long game. Usually Magdalene plays control, takes time to set up, not pressuring a huge amount in the beginning.
Yeah,
We'll
when
see.
both identities say get some value once per turn, then they're both incentivized to make the turns, make the game last as many turns as possible. So it could be a long one. Be interested to see what this Magdalene build looks like. There isn't really a canonical Magdalene at the moment, as far as I'm aware.
Draft keeps and Minstrel mulligans.
So we'll be expecting, yeah, probably a slower start from Somsraft, trying to just get some of that ice set up, protect those centrals, establish our economy, while Magdalene is going to be trying to get as much value out of the ID over the first few turns as possible. Probably set up some other kind of value engine like Lilypad or Knickknack alongside. If it is Knickknack, RH has the ability to sort of frustrate that. Oh, we are going for a server 1 push on turn 1 here, so slightly more aggressive than you might expect from RH.
No advancements, not Charlotte. Oh.
Yeah. And it is a Tatu. Well, what a read.
Resource, okay. Good push and very good contest from okay, players are going pretty fast. Fermenter install is a Magdalene trigger.
Yeah, this is shows what we know, I guess. So much for a slow start. I do think Magdalene players are often tarred with the brush of Turtle Shaper that they just have to set up for 3 or 4 turns before they can do anything, and Minstrel proving quite clearly that that is not true. Shaper's
Need a
turn 1 and turn
propeller,
1.
you can get him.
Yeah. So with his plans foiled for building a humanoid resources division, Somsraft having to rethink here.
Yeah, Mistral down to 1 credit, but with a fermenter cooking, should be able to bounce back in a couple of turns. Ooh, that looks like a Charlotte.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to establish your economy. We're just going to discard down after clicking
Second
for
propeller.
credits. Yeah, I would have been tempted to run that as Magdalene with only 6 credits there. There's not so much that can be rezzed, but yeah, the bounce back with Charlotte. And now we're up and running as RH. We're going to be drawing extra cards, making plenty of credits. While Magdalene has to click for a few.
Had to click for quite a bit, but 2 sure gambles and fermenter cooking, so we're gonna be able to contest economy stabilized.
Yeah, economy stabilized, but no real engine building just yet, whereas RH has its best engine card online. So it's you might be feeling a little behind here as Magdalene, despite that pretty reasonable exchange on turn 1.
Install in server 1. Probably not La Costa, otherwise you wouldn't have bothered to attend the Charlotte, I guess. Maybe an Anoetic or some other defensive upgrade. Instruct
Yeah,
drawing. And fine
there's the
sleep.
lily pad. That's nice. The advancement could be insurance against pinhole, just in case to make sure you can still get those credits back if the pinhole comes through.
Could be too.
Still no triggers from the RH identity. Oh, we're purging the fermenter? Interesting. Okay, so we advanced the Charlotte last turn.
Maybe Minstrel got a bit greedy. This fermenter was on 4 counters, going up to 5, I think.
I
but
guess.
We have coalescence.
Yeah, it feels. Personally, if I was Magdalene there, I'd feel okay about that because this fermenter is going to happen eventually. You're in no huge rush.
I think that's happened quite often in Magdalene. You just let fermenter cook and you use it to force the corp to purge and slow down, and you have other source of econ.
Yeah. And yeah, now we do have some engine pieces coming online with the second hardware. DZM to
Yeah.
give us a credit a turn, ideally.
Since Spellcrack, are we also running Knack? Probably.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Or maybe not. Sometimes you have both.
Yep, sometimes.
Let's say, okay, Zombs left now on 27 credits.
We do get that Restoring Humanity credit, so that's the first one on turn 6.
Sam Charlotte hasn't been advanced, so this new upgrade is probably La Costa.
Yeah, this reads pretty clearly as La Costa. Would be nice to have a pinhole here for Magdalene, but doesn't look like we've got one. We're just poking around, picking up a Vampire Nasa. Okay, interesting.
Here's La Costa. So 28 credits, but 3 ice unrest. That can go fast.
Yeah, it certainly can. A lot of our H's ice generally are going to be costing 5+. The other thing about Charlotte, of course, is that agendas can build up in HQ over time, although now this reads like most likely is a spin doctor that we've been able to find here, so we can dump off some of those agendas, get them shuffled away, safe for now.
There's a threat of competition installed last turn. You need to clear up HQ.
There's a slight risk here by waiting till the runner's turn to res the spin that you could draw into more agendas and still have your HQ swept, but Minstrel not really in a position to challenge the ice on HQ. That could be a scary sentry.
Charlotte was pre-advent, so that could be preparation for a jam next turn.
Yep, could be. We have a lot of cards here.
Yeah. We want to draw more with Charlotte? I'm not sure. 9 cards in hand. Oh, we already did, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like we just shuffled away 2 agendas, but not that unlikely to have 2 or more still in hand here with the 9 cards. 4 more drawn after the dump. Yeah, but I think from some draft here, so deciding whether we think it's time to push.
Yeah,
obviously
at some point he's gonna have to put more ice on centrals also.
Yeah, I mean these days never quite sure what the shapers are going to be doing to pressure R&D. Usually something, but it might be Conduit, it might be Devadata, it might be Cataloger.
One of those.
Yeah,
but
at
least one, yeah.
A bit more concerning at the moment with the compilation. Okay, yeah, going for R&D.
Jamming.
We jamming?
No, another upgrade.
So it could be a Skunk Void situation. Could be a Mavirus along with the Void, but you probably just pop your Mavirus straight away here. Get 6 Fermenter counters off the table.
Yeah, I didn't ask for action with what could be my virus and Fermenters cooking.
There we go. We get do finally get value out of that first Fermenter.
Even with a copper on 31 credits, you still take a click to flip to deny the ARH credits.
Yeah, that's true. No threat of Regenesis with the Charlotte on the table, so interesting.
Okay, Charlotte gets it. So that seems like this legend has been jammed in this remote on turn 9 and advanced.
Yep, and we've got all the centrals iced, so pinhole is going to cost something if it does happen. But there it is. We've got the oiler ready in case of Vampiranasa.
So going for one of the defensive upgrade, I guess.
There's Vampy. Ooh, so 7 to res, 2 to break. That is not the Corpse Favor exchange. Finds the Void. Okay, that's pretty big.
And finds the Anoetic. Good read.
Yeah, but oh, it's Vovo. Okay, so just kind of save some bank on this run here. See if there's a big sentry. Currently, I don't think Minstrel has a way to deal with the sentry.
Vovo, we don't see it often in RH. One properly empty. Miko Web.
Michael Webb. Your friend and mine, Michael Webb.
Only 3 credits to break. And that was a send a message. Well, good steal.
Good steal, but sometimes you have to spend, I think, 15 real credits to res 20, 15, 20, like 30-ish credits worth of ice this turn. Not bad.
Hasn't been swapped too, so...
Oh, and yeah, we find a second void in HQ.
Charlotte,
so 2 voids down.
and Void, yeah.
Ben probably going to want to be putting those voids back in if we're going to have a late game here.
Yeah. All 3 Charlottes are accounted for too.
We really saw the power of Euler on Minstrel's last turn there. We broke, I think, 12 Codegate subroutines for free that turn.
Good.
Might be a new record. I don't know if I've ever seen an Euler turn that good before. Incredible.
What? No, it's 4 and 4. Archive, it wasn't run. It was rest with send a message.
We ran HQ twice, right? Pinhole and then compilation.
All right, indeed. Impressive.
So I'd say getting our H back online, keeping our money up. Although now the 27 credits with all this ice resed doesn't look like it's going to be hugely necessary. Vovo going to the one place he can still do things. And we do have a jam in server 1. Could be the 3rd Charlotte.
No, it's in archive.
Oh no,
was it
they're all
shuffled
3
back?
in archives.
Yeah.
No, they've not been shuffled back yet. So could be a humanoid, maybe.
Yeah.
Or it could be an agenda. The runner is down to 2 credits here. Although, if they wanted to pop this fermenter and chip their oiler, the server is still not that expensive to get into.
Yeah.
Or sell the oiler, even better.
We're going to check it.
But if this is a whiff here, then we've used a lot of propeller counters, so...
Yeah. Almost all of them.
Mind. We
But this time that was been swapped, yeah. Break 3 is...
Oh! Wow. It was a bold jam there, and Minstrel called it correctly.
Well played.
But maybe now we're going to run out of enough cash to keep doing this. And the Boto is so big now, we have no propeller counters. So we might now have a secure server if some draft can find something to jam.
Like a scoring window this time, there's no fermenter cooking up. Almost out of propeller counter. 1 sim chip though.
Unfortunately, we have to find and score 3 agendas before the runner steals 1, and at some point they're going to be able to re-establish a board that can pressure this remote. We did shuffle 2 voids back in.
At this point, if you're minstrel, don't you just take a couple of turns to rebuild and then put some R&D multi-access to try and close the game with a, well, it could be easier to get into than the remote.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Although with this brown here, again, it's going to cost you basically a whole propeller every time you go to R&D, so might not be sustainable. We have to see if we have a more permanent barrier solution.
Back to the remote with another upgrade has been installed there, and yeah, the both analytic has been shuffled back. So it could be one.
Oh, we're going for it straight away. Wow.
Girl.
Selling a propeller to reset it. Let's have a look. Pretty quick decision. Checking for spin. We're going to hit it and win the game. Triple send a message. Wow. What a masterclass from Minstrel there.
Yeah. Very, very neat play.
Yeah,
16
really
minutes.
heads up. No fear of sentries at all. Just propeller and oiler getting the job done.
Wow. That was much quicker than I was expecting. Well played.
Exciting game. Well, we might have time for another.
Oh, for sure. How do... Are we checking on Earth Station?
Yeah, we could have a little look at Earth Station.
See that Bezatan is coping this time?
Yeah. See what's going on with that one remote server.
One remote, it makes for good TV. Both player okay. You can come in. It's already 6 points for the corp. So yeah, corp situation seems good. If it's an agenda that has been jammed in server 1, that could end quickly. Runner just pays a 6 credit to be able to make a run on the remote server. The Botulus on the outermost. 3 counter on Audrey. No res. It's a humanoid resource. Gonna be trashed for some value. Lou, Audrey.
This game could end very suddenly here. We're at threat 6, and the runner's made a successful run and has 1 credit. So, choice to not res, possibly indicating you're just dead. I just need money for measured.
Yeah. 2 basalt counter. No measured in archive, but can easily play 2 if 1 is in hand.
There we go. And we need double steel skin to survive here.
That's the only way you can, I guess.
Yeah, you could have. Do we have a steel skin in the heap? There's 2 in the heap. Yeah, could have topped 1 with buffer to try and live here.
Because you only have 1 in hand at best. Well.
Yeah, looks like no insurance here. So we don't get to see what all this ice was that Earth Station had installed. Just a single descent, 6 points and 2 measured response. That'll do it.
We played. Trunk is spicy. Oh, tranquilizer in the runner's deck.
Yeah, throwback to Mulch circa 2023, I think. Haven't seen tranquilizers in a while.
Yeah, Bazatan is on Hollowman. Nice. Okay. And Zato.
Oh, Lavazata. Very good. That probably explains the lack of res dice. Been throwing it away.
That might be it, yeah.
Get those
Full of
scored.
jam, 3-line in archives. Could have been that, too. Yeah, anyway. Well
Okay,
played.
well,
Took quite some time to...
I think we still have a bit of time left in the round. Do we want to jump into a different table or put it to a break?
I think we have time for the game, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
20 minutes? No. Yeah.
About something, yeah.
Yeah. Anything you fancy? This. I'm gonna check table 15. So the Tradon is playing Epiphany and Alpha on Oshiko. Player is fine. Tradon is doing federal, so a bit busy, I guess. It's 4-2, so there's still a game going on. We're good. Can come.
okay, let's take a look.
Hollowman in the only iced remote. There's a working prototype with 5 counters. Oh, a lot of remotes. Organization R&D Tradon, comfortable 27 credits, 4 points.
And we've just
Oshiko, yeah,
prototyped that twinning out of there. So it's going to be a bit difficult for Oshiko to access multi-access centrals, but we're checking the board instead.
Been able to develop the board state and have a decent economy, no tag, so that's already pretty good.
Yeah, and we're taking out some hollow men here. Trash 2 of them in the turn.
Oh, your working prototype burns the twinning. Oh, that's rough. We're leaving this regolith? Okay. Oh yeah.
And we're going to try and re-establish this twinning. It's paladin money, so it's not the worst if it gets bounced again. Don't currently have a warm reception, so probably going to be difficult for the prototype to charge up straight away. But this is a really good example of how you the best lines against Epiphany often involve letting them have their economy cards, in my opinion, and just dealing with the cards that actually help them score. Hollow Man and Wage Workers, for example. Although Wage obviously a bit more expensive.
Don't give them Epiphany counters if you don't have to.
Yeah,
exactly. They can do a lot with it, yeah.
Yeah, it is ultimately, although it's a deck that won Worlds and has seen quite a lot of play since, it's still a deck that has to play 10 2-pointers, a lot of them are 4-2s. And it's not really building a particularly compelling remote, so it's gonna struggle to score if you can keep them off those particularly powerful tools like the Hollow Man. And after that, you just need to stay out of op range, which is easier said than done, but not impossible.
Maybe after you try the Hollow Man, You also trash the Federal Fundraising. That's also a card you cannot... that's important for the Corp deck.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes it quite difficult for you to get the agendas where you want them when the Corp can rearrange the top of R&D every turn.
Any counter used to install in server 18?
So my guess is that Alpha here, our runner, has been keeping up with what all these face-down servers are. We had a check on 16 and the erstwhile 17 last turn, so they seem to be pretty hot on checking face-downs, which is, yeah, another good way to keep on top of the game. But that might be a struggle here with the big oppo. Yeah, we're going to just go for the 4 clears instead. So there's room for a score here.
Checking the 2 new remotes, only clearing tags. So that's one is a second federal. Yeah, without Hannah, it's hard to clear tags and check the remotes.
Now with double federal, we're really moving cardboard. Lots of triggers to deal with at the start of turn. Showing a retribution off the top.
You have cleared the tags.
Yeah. So expecting a score this turn, but Tradon has some work to do with these start of turn triggers to set up for future turns as well.
And
Could consider purging the fermenter. Oh, a draw. Interesting.
Yeah. Wonder what they're drawing for. Because I know all those cards with the federal, I guess. If you draw another one, you get a Wedge Workers click.
True, it's free. But I guess this draw suggests that, yeah, we just don't have what we need, and it wasn't in the top 3. Sometimes you just have to dig through the cards you know.
I think server 5.
So yeah, we don't know if Alpha knows about that one. Could be B1001.
Yeah, I'm checking the logs. It doesn't seem like there's information about it.
Okay.
No. About 14.
Yeah, we can probably assume there's no agenda on the table here. That it would have been scored if there were.
Yeah. Mystic installed. Charging twinning. Cracking fermenter. Yeah. So there's fresh card on R&D.
2 VSA aren't going to cost this buzzsaw very much, although unfortunately we had to use a Trickster Attacker a couple of turns ago, so it is going to cost some number of real credits. We're just seeing 3, but it's a big whiff.
2. There was only one encounter.
Oh, my mistake. You're quite right. The Mamie install is interesting here. That sort of suggests to me that we might be on Ashen Epilogue. Because with only 7 in the stack, it's going to be hard for that Mamie to pay off unless we're going through our deck a second time.
Maybe that was just to appease the paladin. Or to charge the twinning.
That's true. Yeah, maybe that's just the value of getting a 20 counter. I guess if Mamie gives you another 20 counter herself over the next few turns, that might be enough.
Yeah. And Federal again. So balance coverage to reveal Spin Doctor this time. The second one. There's only eight cards in archive. That's not a lot. Ooh. Misclicks the draw? That's annoying.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a tough one. Takebacks are a bit difficult when you've gained information. Although in this case, we actually haven't gained information because of Federal, so I guess that's a fairly easy undo click.
Indeed. It's on Jeanette, misclicks happen.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with quite so many triggers to deal with at the start of turn. There we go, nice and easy.
Yeah, no need to bother judges for such an easy undo.
Whole turn to work through here, see if we can establish an actual scoring threat this turn. We've not had one for a couple of turns, even though the run has been not particularly well set up to interrupt. Oh, over installing server 5 that was previously iced. That is very interesting.
Second ice. We've got two Holoman in the bin. Could be the third one.
Yeah, it could just be an agenda.
Or just an agenda, yeah.
Yeah. People tell us they want to go with it. This looks like, yeah, like a Master Chess File and a ping together here are pretty difficult. The Mast is 4 per break, and with ping B1001, you have to break it twice. And it's not game point for the runner, so they'd be spending a lot to get to this. We're going to pinhole. Take the B1, that makes sense.
Are you running server 5? Not quite
Getaway
yet.
first, yeah.
Twinning counter spent. This is Retribution and Public Access Plaza, and now we're going server 5. So you had to deal with the B1000, otherwise this tag would have prevented the successful one.
This is a little riskier, yeah. Second ping means that we're going to end tagged here, and we know about Retribution, so that could be a problem. And this Starlet's going to have 4
We're on
sanctions,
threat,
so
so that's
not cheap.
4 credits, yeah. The freedom of information. So are we clearing one tag? Only one click left. Not clearing.
Archives, interesting.
Cards instead. Paladin is hungry. But with only 8 cards left, yeah, we don't need him anymore. We'll use Mystic to charge the twinning, I guess.
Well, if the twinning survives, we've got 2 tags here.
Yeah,
and a fully loaded
indeed.
prototypes, so...
Yeah. That might not be a concern.
Feel like I'm interested in that archives run here. They maybe had some information from earlier in the game. Or they were checking that over install from server 5, which seems like it was a behold. But now we're vulnerable to having a freedom of information scored or another agenda scored with shipment on top of retribution and the basic action trash. So clearing that second tag might be worth the while here. Easy to say from the commentator's seat, of course. Okay, we've got through those start of turn triggers. Now we have to think.
I'm not even sure what to use Retribution on. Maybe Rising Tide?
Yeah, there's no other rising tide in the heap though, so you'd expect there is a second buzzsaw in the heap, so maybe you hit the buzzsaw.
Yeah.
It looks like we have a Master Chest on the table, but it currently has a botulus on it, which is not ideal. You have the Starlit Light online now, so maybe you hit the echelon.
We're starting by clicking Epiphany.
That makes sense, yeah. If that's where the agenda is. Seems like there probably wasn't one in HQ beyond the freedom that just got stolen last turn. If you see a freedom now, you have an interesting question of whether you just take the score while you can or go for the tag punish. Oh, it's a Stoke, so could be a Hollow Man waiting over here.
It
Hollow
is.
Man's very nice.
Third
Now get a
Hollow
score
Man.
and play Retribution, so that's pretty sweet.
And gain money.
Put another advancement on our botulist Master Chest if we want to. Oh, we're going to powers and advance that card. Interesting. And shipment it. Oh, we're scoring out here.
Nice.
Oh my word.
Wow. Well played.
Incredible. Whoa. Great turn. Did not see that coming. Yeah, that one Hollow Man just snuck through, and that's all it takes sometimes.
Yeah. Two agenda scores in one turn. That's pretty cool. Well played, Traden.
Very impressive.
Four minutes left.
Yeah, I think we have 4 minutes left and just 2 games going on. So we will be cutting to a break and we will continue round 4 after 50 minutes. So people have time to go get some lunch and dinner and depends on where you live. And see everybody in
I think I'll see. I'll give my seat to Ames after the break. So it's been a pleasure to commentate with you guys and have fun. I'll see you later.
Yeah,
Bye.
thanks. Great fun. Ciao. And enjoy your break, everybody.
All right, welcome back to the CBI. The Europe pod is good underway, and we're like halfway through the top, the cut part, not cut, Swiss part of the game. Apparently, my head is all messed up by trying to cook, and it's still 4 rounds left to go. With in the commentary, we have Ams joining us.
Hello.
And to make this visible also. And I think the round 4 is, or round 5 is picking up speed, and we're soon jumping in there. Did you have a game that we want to jump in?
Yeah, I was just having a look.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I was thinking about we could look at table 2, Minstrel Eden, Ob versus Seb.
I was also thinking I'd love to see the Seb deck.
So let's see if I can find table 2. They might not have set it up yet. No, I'm not seeing it. We could give them a couple of minutes, or we could switch. Yeah.
I must say, I'm
interesting.
I'm a little upset. You seem to have covered all of the interesting IDs ahead of me. I was very excited to watch Atea and Poetry, but I didn't get to commentate them.
This is a fallacy, Ams. All IDs are interesting. We know this. Come now.
Okay, let's go watch Hoshiko and Oko.
Listen, the games are good. Netrunner's good.
And they are good. They are good. I've seen a lot of them.
And every one different. A Christmas miracle. Still not seeing table 2. Should we could go to table 3 instead?
Yes, that looks good.
Pencil PD. Okay, let me pop in and ask. So how are you, Ams? You've been following along?
Yeah, I've been watching. I've been watching since yesterday. It's been fun seeing all of the. Well, we're certainly seeing a lot of the NBN decks from Worlds, but there have been some other interesting new arrivals. I've noticed as well, we're seeing a lot of the NBN decks as they tend to be the games that go long enough to be swapped to after the first game each round.
That's true. Good tech for getting on stream. It's playing a slow asset deck.
I'm interested that some of them seem to have pivoted
for table 3, by the way.
Awesome. A lot of them seem to have pivoted now to having 3-pointers, which is double-edged sword, since I also saw one lose to that.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice, isn't it? There's a frequent argument in pub runner local to me about whether next big thing is worth the cardboard it's printed on. Differences of opinion. I think the card is kind of good, but yeah, the downside of losing it through steals is pretty big in a deck that doesn't hugely well defend centrals. But anyway, we should talk about the game that's in front of us, which is...
So, do we know what kind of PD that is?
Well, it's a PD that's fired a turn 1 humanoid with red level clearance, so that's exciting.
Absolutely based, and no respect for the transfer of wealth here.
Oh no,
nope, never mind.
Yeah, wow, that's an impressive number of cards moved around on turn 1.
That's got to be one of your more ideal openers.
For sure. Cookbook opener for the runner.
Oh my gosh.
And the Maskarovka. Okay, so I know this deck. This is a Footgun PD. Pinsel, one of the innovators of that deck, which is an NWE creation from last year. So called because it's very easy to shoot yourself in the foot while piloting it. It's a combo fast advance deck that's going to be trying to use fully operational to make a bunch of money, draw a bunch of cards, and YDL as well. And then convert that cash into scoring agendas from hand.
Are we
On
looking
the
at
other side, mulch.
Are we looking at big deal or salvo testing? What is the? Oh,
Oh, and it was an agenda jam. Wow. And we get in with the Audrey here. Impressive. It's usually not salvo testing. It's usually send a message, midnight 3, and some number of other 2-pointers.
I love a midnight 3 deck.
Yeah, it's very nice. Just the ideal sort of mid to end game is scoring multiple midnight 3s in a row to draw all the pieces you need for the next score while getting YDL value.
I do miss Shoot the Moon from last meta. That was a great deck.
Yeah, it's not too dissimilar from that, but yeah, maybe they have a big deal closer now. The last time I saw the deck, it didn't.
Is there anything spicy in the runner? Yeah.
Well, it's the cook has spent their first click installing Cookbook, which is very on theme. So they're doing great, I think. And 2 copies of their little chef assistant in the heap, and 1 removed from the game. Wow. So it's cooks all over the place. Looks like we're playing some variant of Mulch Oshiko, as it is fondly known.
Is it still Mulch? I don't know how closely it resembles the original list anymore.
Yeah, that's fair. A lot of cards have rotated since then. It's still Mulch. If you have Lago and viruses, in my mind, you're still Mulch. You're mulching your deck and you're mulching the corpse cards by trashing them.
That's fair. Wage Workers res, we're hopefully going to see something interesting soon.
Well, we had a triple operation on that turn for the greasing into relatively low value fully op and a pretty good YDL. That's an interesting turn. Now we've got 1 more click thanks to Wage. So yeah, I've played a little bit of PD decks like this, and my experience is basically that the biggest risk is that your agendas gather up in HQ when you don't have the tools or the money to get them scored. So HQ pressure going to be important for the runner here, and probably a bit of a relief to see the 3 Gormons already out of the game, or in the heap at
3
least, which is not always out of the
Gormons,
game.
triple ice, only 1 counter on Audrey.
Yeah, keeping the Audrey under control is going to be important. But then equally, the runner's able to use the threat of Audrey counters to make some ice get rezzed potentially and take away some of that money that we would need to score as Corp. So it's going to be an interesting balance in this game. Bit of a think here from Pincel. It's a long-time player, been around for quite a while.
Just a normal biotic for 7. Oh, wait, no?
Yeah, we got that Wage, so we can score the Midnight 3, draw some cards, pick up the YDL. Well, we're pretty well set to recover next turn. But this might be an opportunity to get some Audrey counters, since Central's pretty reluctant to res ice. We don't want to be dipping below 2 credits and then not being able to YDL.
I'd just like to apologize. Aksu is currently not at the keyboard and can't scroll down the log.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, what we'll have to do, Ams, is narrate everything that goes in the log. Okay, you ready?
Okay, the cook uses
Cookbook. Virus counter. Oh, no, wait, we have to take turns.
Okay, you go.
The cook uses Gachapon to shuffle Devil Charm, and Steel Skid Scar into the stack and remove Devil Charm from meta from the game.
The cook spends click to make a run on HQ.
Cook approaches ice by taking HQ at position 0. How long will this bit continue? Nobody can say.
I'm not a coward.
I know, that's why I'm immediately chickening out myself.
Oh, that's a tithe.
Tithe, pretty good. It's cheap res at least, so we still get to be within my deal range and we get to force some botchless counters to be spent. See a drafter in HQ. There very likely are some agendas.
It looks like we're now going to get rid of that wage workers while we can.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Is this a corp?
Counters?
Is this a corp that can afford to purge?
I'd be surprised. You're usually trying to win fairly quickly with a strategy like this. And yeah, you can't purge here because this is the turn that we need to play YDL. But maybe in future. Maskarovka is looking like not the best influence spend into Ordery, unfortunately, since the second subroutine doesn't really do anything for you, and it's the perfect strength for just one card, one counter.
It's really solid into so many other cards, though, right now. Like, it was surprising just how prevalent it became the moment that Cleaver was banned.
Yeah, for sure. Kurapira really doesn't like to see it.
Propeller has to waste half its counters.
Yeah.
Are we... Ah, no, we didn't get the first click red level into same turn humanoid again, as fun as that would have been.
Not this time, but we do have the YDL to bring us back up, and then we've gone for gain a click and install here, so this could be a Wage Workers res for some shenanigans.
Love to see another operation-only turn for Wage Workers.
Yeah, that's kind of what this deck is looking to do. I think that's kind of been an underexplored area of the operation combos with Wage Workers. We see it in an Eternal being good enough to earn a point, but in Standard it's not been a huge aspect of that card. Very powerful card printed in the Automata Initiative a couple of years ago.
I always enjoy finding out which cards are the first to get banned each set in Eternal. It's really hard to predict as someone who only has incidental experience.
There we go. Yeah,
and
so
yep,
we had
there it is.
An install into two installs, in fact, into a fully op.
Fully Op is probably one of my favorite economy cards, and I'm very excited to play it with Flood the Market when Vantage Point drops.
Yeah, that's a really exciting option for a deck like this. I should imagine that Maskarovka influence can be swapped for Flood the Markets pretty easily. Spit out those Midnight Threes all the easier.
It looks like Pinsel incorrectly res the Wage Workers a click late.
Yeah, I see. That's
I believe technically information has been revealed, but also it's something reasonably you would expect to have done.
yeah, seems like that's going to be okay. We're getting the click. And upgrading HQ. Yeah, so as I mentioned, this is often a priority. Yeah, well, defensive, I'd assume it's a defensive upgrade because, again, well, the cook also slightly mentioned but we're generally agendas are going to pile up as we're drawing through a lot of cards. There's only 17 cards left in R&D already. It's 5 turns for the corp, and we've drawn quite a bit more than half the deck.
A lot of corps right now seem to be really churning through their own deck. Oko obviously is able to empty itself pretty quickly, but also the Epiphany lists keep getting close to decking out.
Yeah, and PD's always been able to go fast, but when you put fully operational in there as well, you get through a lot of cards.
White space res, that is fine. We have a counter.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate. Also into Audrey, just a counter, no cards needed. Very literally free to get in and trash that. In terms
With
of
Botulus on
resources.
With Botulus on Tithe and a single counter already on Audrey, it's going to be really hard to stop a single trash each turn at the very least.
Oh yeah, we're going for the pinhole here actually to just go up on Audrey counters as well, not just stay neutral.
That's Wage Workers gone, and now Pinsel can only do things from hand.
Well,
unless
credits.
I can't imagine there's a Hollow Man in the list, right?
I'd be surprised if we have room for one. We're very likely spending 6 influence on YDL, and then we've got at least 3 on Maskarovka. There might be room for one more.
Imagine a second Maskirovka based on others I've seen of this list.
Yeah, exactly. That's certainly what they used to play. Personally, I like a moon pool in a deck like this. Helps you with your scoring and get those agendas out of HQ when they're vulnerable. But we're going for the double jam, so we're gonna, at minimum, waste the runner's time trying to trash some stuff. And it is a bit of a credit question for the runner as well to actually be able to afford trash costs.
Yeah, if these aren't agendas, then this could really be costly. Although Strike Fund from hand does make this now. We're able to trash wage workers, we're able to trash Malagon, which we've now seen.
Yeah, not able to pay for the Managam effect though. And that's quite a nice one because it's going to sit there to ensure that there's at least one server for fully op. On the downside though, if this is a Managam on HQ, the cook making a nice read here, that we can now fork on the Managams, get rid of one of them, at least.
Yep, there it is.
So we're leaving it though, not taking the Audrey counter, deciding the credits are worth more. Seeing a YDL in HQ, that's going to be very nice for Pencil.
Well, Pencil has to install ice on every single server, an additional piece of ice to do anything against that Audrey, so I think it's safe to leave it there.
Oh, double YDL. Wow, okay. Well, I mean, maybe you're up at enough credits that now it's just a foot race to see if you can put together 2 scores faster than the cook can find the agendas.
Ah, hang on, no, I was wrong, because now we've got an ice on HQ. Server 2 protects itself with Managam, and Server 4 can spin itself away. So it's possible here to actually tax out the Audrey.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
But you have to be lucky on R&D and HQ, and with Twinning now on the table and a Paladin ready to charge it, it's going to be a bit tough.
Yeah, we might take that R&D run here. Yeah, going for it.
Is this a drafter? Nope, it's another white space.
Doesn't even cost a card. That's pretty reasonable.
I'm noticing a lot of the cards here are really good face checks, but absolutely nothing to get through with Audrey.
Yeah, that probably means this deck is something that gained from the Matryoshka ban, where we had a situation where a lot of runners were setting up just one breaker to be able to deal with all these face checks, but now most runners
Fortunately.
won't have that option. But Audrey definitely doing that job, and we're seeing 2 non-agenda cards on R&D. We actually had no credits there, so wouldn't have been able to trash for Audrey counters, even if given the option. Leaves us a little stranded, maybe.
This is actually a really rough position.
Could be sandbagging a symbol chip to reset the Audrey with that cookbook, get the counter.
Or just straight up reinstall another Audrey.
Yeah, true.
This looks like a pretty good window for Pencil, so I imagine we're seeing a push here on the Managam.
Yeah, I mean, if this is a symbol chip, then okay, second ice makes it a bit safer for sure. But yeah, we're just going for the push. So yeah, adapting away from the fast advance strategy based on the runner's vulnerability. Nice play.
I think in this situation, your best bet is either simul chip and run R&D, or run HQ and hope that you can get through without the Audrey. Because the Tithe is nothing with a Botulus on it.
Getting drafter always a bit scary though. Giving a wage workers back would be unfortunate. We've got a bit of a think here. Got to let the cook cook. So if your pencil here, the agenda you want in the server is probably the second midnight. But I guess
It's a
if it's
good
luminal,
time
that's
for
also
it.
good.
That said, we've already seen all 3 YDLs, so most likely I'd imagine you'd spin them back. Is that too greedy?
Spinning YDLs? Probably not. We only have 10 cards left though, so we need to have both money and the actual tools to get these scores.
I forgot about Chisel. We're in a Chisel Charm deck.
Makes sense. Oh, we've got an undo though, reconsidering.
We're undoing the Chisel as well. I wonder if we're going somewhere else. Perhaps HQ? Nope, we're not doing anything.
Drawing first. What are we drawing for here? Maybe raindrops, but we don't have the clicks to make the money to play it.
It's just the simul chip, which is good. We get our twinning counter. Very important to keep those up.
That's nice, and do a bit of strike fund tomfoolery with Audrey. Maybe the thought there was that it's actually a good time to take the turn to flip down as Hosh. Not lose that credit at the start of your turn, build your credits up a little, and then be better placed to interact this following turn. It was a Midnight 3 in server 2, and presumably we're going to return a YDL off PD here. Down to just 6 cards in R&D, 9 in HQ, and 6 points out the game, so another 12 points around somewhere. Fairly sure these decks play 3-pointers, so probably looking at 5 more agendas.
And Pinsel gets to know where all of them are, so complete control over agendas with the spin on the table.
True, yeah.
This isn't one of those PDs with only 2 spins, is it?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, maybe if you wanted to play a Virus, you would play 2 spins, but
I just remember
doesn't
Shoot the
seem to
Moon went
bite.
down to 2, and it spent it all on YDL and what's the card that draws 2 cards and then you play your YDL? Sudden Commandment, that was it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sudden. Yeah, Sudden would be neat here, but again, if we're spending 3 on Mascarovka, it probably seems like we're happy with HB's scoring tools, and we're just using our influence for defense more than anything, and economy. At any rate, this second Spin Doctor is getting shuffled. Or we're getting removed, rather, to shuffle. And Pencil's having a think about which cards to shuffle in to dilute R&D here. And then we might have a simul chip afterwards. Yeah, it's presumably the cook thinking about bringing back a trading this Botulus on the tithe for a Gourmand, so that even if we
Makes
don't win
sense.
here, we at least get an Audrey counter. Ah.
We may have
Looks
missed
like
the window,
have
at least in the JNet interface.
Okay, it looks like we haven't actually seen a card yet, so. Yeah, just in that slightly awkward spot where the JNet timing windows don't always line up with the kinds of things that you want to actually do as runner in some of the edge cases. So let's see, we've got 18 cards in the game, R&D and HQ. Assuming it's not a face down agenda in archives, then we've got we know that there's 2 non-agenda cards going into R&D and 5 agendas in the game, so probably at least a couple of them in HQ, 2 or 3 in R&D.
One would have to imagine.
Yeah, and we're seeing 3, so pretty good shot of seeing 1 here, stealing 1, but
oh, that's a luminal.
And we trashed 2 more, so we could go back to see a fresh one.
Yep, there we go.
Try to find that 3-pointer for game on the last click here.
Oh, nothing.
So basically has this turn to try and find a way to score 3 points. We know there's a wage workers in hand got picked up for PD.
Is
some kind
server
of
2
red level
safe?
combo. You could try and jam in server 2, but there's only 4 cards left in R&D, and you'd assume that there's agendas in there. Maybe they're all in HQ and we're safe behind the Manigarm there. But 2 Audrey counters is going to get through the ice without too much trouble, so... One way or another, if we give the runner another turn, we're playing the access lottery. But this deck can score 3 points out of nowhere. I've seen it done. 8 credits might be a bit tight.
I don't see how it can be done from 8 credits and nothing on the board.
Yeah, with all 3 YDLs in the archives and all 3 fully ops, so you have no burst econ really. There might be if you had a YDL available, there might be a red level wage workers YDL nano management line. But with none of the burst money available, it's going to be really tough to make that happen. And to be honest, it just seems like server 2 is probably not very secure either. If you install Advance your 3-pointer in there, then all it takes is a first click run.
Yeah, or what's the worst that the ice could be? Can it realistically be anything?
You'd have 6 credits. It could be a mick, I guess, but then you can't score. You're at 0. I'm pretty sure this deck doesn't play any ice bigger than 3 to res. Yeah, it's going to be... If anyone can figure out computationally the correct line here, I think it's Pinsel, famously analytic and very experienced player.
This is his kind of deck that he built.
It's, yeah, turn 10 and we're at the end of R&D basically. It really does go through cards.
Can't imagine the deck wanted to still be playing the game at this point.
Yeah, probably not. With some pressure from Audrey in the mid game, had to turtle up a bit, lost some time and some money, and here we are. I still can't get over that the cook turn 1 click 1 installed cookbook. That's so good.
It's good to have a thing.
Really, yeah, knew what they came to do, and they're doing it. Okay, we're jamming. It's wage workers. Okay.
Maybe a triple install turn?
Yeah, I guess if you put a bunch of remotes on the table, the runner might not have time to run centrals, but they called your bluff. That's tough.
Someone has pointed out in chat that Fly Swatter would actually do a lot, at least for a single turn, but I don't know if this list is on that.
I would believe it. Seems like a pretty valuable one-off to play, and could definitely keep the runner out of one of these 2 servers. I guess HQ is the one we care about. Maybe this is saying, look, all the agendas are in HQ. I've got Manigarm and maybe Fly Swatter, and if you go there, then you're losing clicks to Manigarm. You have to play the access lottery, and you don't touch my board, and then I get a score with whatever tools I've installed.
The problem is that it's quite possible to run R&D and get your Audrey counter back.
True, yeah, definitely could be. Could also have another pinhole here, which would deal with the HQ Manigarm. See more influence out of the runner, I think. Safe to assume 2 more symbol chips, but yeah, definitely could be more pinholes. I clicked for a credit. Interesting.
Just waiting to see what they do.
Yeah, and well, presumably we've set up a score for next turn if this play works. Can't imagine we'd take a line like this without trying to set up a score unless it was mathematically impossible to do so. Pencil being pencil. Okay, runner's going to check through a table. Decent start.
Third and final spin.
Okay. So this gives us pretty much complete agenda control.
It's possible they were bottom two of the R&D, in which case, them's the breaks.
Yeah, now the shuffle doesn't feel great if that's true, but you still have to do it. Yeah, we're expecting 4 more agendas here. Presumably third midnight, 2 3-pointers, and another Ingatan. It's about this shuffle. It might be that the line we've cooked up to try and win the game next turn requires a specific mandatory draw. And we're going to try and shuffle something in that will help us with that.
It's just 2 YDLs.
Yeah, that makes sense. Only 1 nano management in the archives, face up at least. So if we have 2 more, then YDL nano, get wage workers should give us enough to get that 5-3 out with the advancement click as well.
Oh, are we calling an
Checking
archives bluff? I could believe it. But nope.
So we're not going for HQ this turn, that's reasonable. We're probably going to check server 4 and then run R&D. Or we're going to install something for Paladin and run R&D. Don't love the archives run, but yeah, it looks like we're going R&D.
You got to keep them honest. I've won too many games just because I left agendas on the board or in the bin.
HQ, but we don't have enough to pay for Managarm.
Maybe it's just assuming that the game isn't here.
Yeah, and I guess, yeah, we're forcing 2 credits to be spent on the Managarm at least, and that's 2 less credits for Pincel to try and score with. Might force the top deck of the YDL. Yeah, now Pincel has to really do some credit math.
Very thinky game.
Yeah, it might be that if spending money means you can't score next turn, then you'd rather just take the Access Lottery here and not
Classic
get to run another turn if they miss.
HB HQ lottery. It feels like CI again.
Yeah, 8 cards, but we can see 2 of them.
No res on the outermost, so presumably not a fly swatter, because that would have been devastating.
Yeah. Now we do still have to click buttons, even though this tithe is irrelevant. We're going for the Managarm, yeah. Okay, so Pencil saying, I think I can win from 5 credits. Or just that I think there are too many gens in HQ that I could ever win if I let you in.
Pointed out in chat, the runner could have ordered a strike fund to pay for the Managarm there.
Oh, true. Yeah.
But
that is true.
do we haven't seen enough
to,
strike funds to count that out, but it does look like this might be a combo turn. Oh.
We're getting 2 red levels, so just click this to gaining credits. That fixes the 2 we spent for Managarm.
Oh, buckle your seatbelts.
Yeah, we've got an install and a nano and 5 advancements. There it is.
Awesome.
Credit perfect. Very impressive. And what was in R&D is the question. Points left in R&D or no? If not, then this is pretty clean game in a way, despite the stress at the end.
Played must have been to perfection.
Yeah, it looks that way.
There was a 3-pointer in R&D.
R&D. Yeah.
Shall we have a look for another game?
Let's do it. Yeah, that was exciting. Great win for Pencil there. Unlucky the cook. We enjoyed your cookery.
Is there an ID we haven't seen yet today?
Let's have a look at the list. Nothing jumping out in terms of IDs.
Table 13 is Ob versus Lat, which isn't anything too spicy, but I enjoy both of these IDs.
Yeah, I'm down to have a look at that. Shall I go and ask?
Yep. Oh, the game just
never
ended,
mind.
so
Let's leave that one.
Table 16 is on Earth Station, so hopefully that one might be going a bit longer if we want to check out a sub game.
Yeah, can do. Last time we joined an Earth Station game, it immediately ended in Fiery Death. Let's see if we're doing much better here. It's 5 points to 6. Got a runner starting a turn. Should be a bit of game still here. Let's ask. Yep.
We are good to
Okay.
stream. So let's have a look at what's going on here.
Yeah. A big logjam protecting a Hollowman server that's just had something new installed in it. I say a Hollowman server, the Hollowman server. This is Earth Station, who gets only one remote server. And,
Seb does not have much of a board. I assume the orgy was hit by an SDS at some point.
That would make sense, yeah.
And that's
We've
2
got 6
orgies
points
in the
somehow.
bin.
So it looks like Baserton just trying to jam out the last points here before Seb can reassemble away into servers.
Oh,
Put
and
Praxis on top with buffer drive.
you can't let Seb get a Praxis off. It's so good.
Well, yeah, if we've got time to do anything with it, though. It gets Audrey back here, but doesn't have any counters if we do. Or we could get... What else have we got here? No Botulus in the heap. We could get a crew and just melt one ice, which would get us into R&D, but probably not anywhere else. And actually, even with 4 leech counters, or as it will be 5, the crew can't trash that logjam on server 2.
I think given both players are clearly on match point and it looks like we're about to end the game, R&D might be your best bet and hope for singles.
Yeah, seems likely. We get a Hannah back instead of a crew. Okay, gaining some clicks. Maybe we'll click through on R&D. Okay.
Yes, we are doing the central push. Interesting that there was no crew here. Am I misunderstanding the lines?
I think the Hannah came from hand with Seb, so I guess we didn't have a crew in hand and we wanted to get the money off in the heat. And Hannah does kind of, if this is the last turn of the game and the ice you want to deal with is Boomy, Hannah kind of does the same thing as crew in a roundabout sort of way.
That is true.
Although I guess she removes your tag, which you don't want with Manuel. You can do it after the access, though. No, you can't. Anyway, this is, as you can tell, I'm confused by Seb.
I'm confused by Praxis. That card does 4 things. And one of them is written on Seb.
Okay, we're going for the boomy without popping Hannah, so we're just going to click the one subroutine. Yeah, and take a call.
Core is nothing. You can take a core.
And C2 and R&D. Hope we get there. 1 in 14, we're being told. First access.
Presumably not the first one.
Easy game.
The D classic.
Didn't even need the second. Wow. Very good. Yeah, Baserton jinxing himself there, I think. Big rips.
Simply have it.
Very good. Interesting game. And a full set of basalts for the runner. Okay, how are we doing for time?
They have been 40 minutes. There has been 40 minutes since the round started. There's still 3 games remaining.
Okay, maybe best that we don't interrupt any games that are going to time. So we might want to chill for a little bit and see if we can catch up on results.
What have you been playing lately?
Oh, I've been playing a decent bit of lat. I'm enjoying Hermes lat at the moment. Practiced a bit of Epiphany, which I sort of it does things. I don't know that it's it feels like once the runner has learned the strategy for beating you, it can be pretty hard to win, but not every runner has learned it yet, so
I remember someone saying about Elevation when it dropped that it was gonna bring people kicking and screaming into an asset meta, and some people haven't stopped kicking and screaming, and some people have really grabbed it by the horns.
Yeah, I'm enjoying AU as well on the other side with some of those assets, and just the power of that deck really is how many different sets of diverse threats you can bring alongside the core of Fart and Cohort and Moonpool.
I really enjoy Oko decks.
Yeah.
I think they've got a lot more manageable when you don't also have to juggle False Lead and Sting as threats.
Yeah, agreed. Although Sting at least made the games end quicker, which is not
That's
not for
true.
nothing.
Say what you will about some of the old win cons, but the games did end. I've been enjoying lat as well, but I've been playing a lot of bloody Catboy, which I believe.
One?
Sorry?
Is that the Audrey one?
Yes, that's Audrey. I think we've seen some in this tournament already, but you get to do a lot of cool tricks with. You have your full package of Steel Skin and Strike Fund, you have Anacam, and you have Audrey. So a common play pattern is before the corpse turn ends, you trash Strike Fund from hand to draw a card, put it on the bottom with Buffer Drive, and just do this ad nauseum until you finally have to pop the Buffer Drive and get back your Ashen Epilogue.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, a few people on EA have been trying that deck. We saw Sable Fox beat the King in dramatic fashion earlier with Audrey Lat against Epiphany, which was very exciting for me. Yeah, it's a neat deck. But then it does make you wonder, Audrey Anacam sounds really appealing, and then you think, but if all my cards are just like I cycle this, does that just mean I should have does that mean my cards aren't good enough to play? You do end up playing a few events that are less than stellar to kind of round out that package, but
I mean, one of the events that it plays is Into the Depths, which you'd think is bottom of the barrel, but when you're able to get Audrey up quickly, it's actually pretty solid.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Yeah,
I stand by it.
Getting through ice easy enough. Still waiting on. It looks like those games are probably just about finished now, since they don't have their full complement of players in them anymore. So we should be getting final results for round 5 here pretty soon. If you've recently joined us, we're in the 5th round of 8 for the last pod of the Circuit Breaker Invitational here in the EMEA time zones. And we've had 50 players exactly, I believe, at the start of the day. Oh, well, maybe it was 51, in fact. And yeah, we're down to... looks like we've just had the results in for this round. So we're down to 2 undefeated players with 15 points each. And
That
the
being,
top 5 will go qualify for next weekend's CBI finals.
Thumpernus and Minstrel on Epiphany, Lou, Ob, and Magdalene.
Yeah, we saw Minstrel play a pretty blinding Magdalene game earlier, really impressive against an RH. Several other big names in the top of the standings here. Well, Warlock of eternal fame, erstwhile comrade of mine, and Not Yeti, a perennial, the same. Pinsel, who we just saw with that impressive win, and the Cook actually, who's also still on 4 wins, so I guess was undefeated going to that game. Excitingly.
Speaking of Not Yeti, do we want to check that game out, maybe?
Let's see, round 6. Not Yeti is playing Meteor on Ob. Yeah, I'd be down for that. Just wait for. Don't have both players in the game just yet. Yeti had was in the last game, still running at the end of the last round, I think. So might have had to
entirely valid if he does not want to have a stream game right after that.
Yeah, that is fair. As I was mentioning earlier, just the top 5 make it through to next weekend. So while you're playing for some prizes and for glory, a lot of players mathematically eliminated already, although we're only just over halfway through the tournament. If you've lost 2 by this point, it's going to be dicey for you to get close to the top. I haven't done the exact math, but more than 1 loss makes it pretty tough to make top 5 out of 50.
It's really a testament to like just how different it is to be good at a tournament than to just be good at Netrunner. It's endurance more than anything else.
Yeah, and a decent slice of chance involved as well, actually, in a tournament like this where any given game can be so important.
We just saw a sick rip 1 out of 14, or 2 accesses in 14, single agenda, stole it. Earlier, we saw possibly the 1 line through a Sazentan that didn't kill the runner into both players paying 2 on a side game to lose for Corp.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, some really close games so far. And, in a tournament with 8 rounds, you'd sort of expect on average to have 1 game where even if you play perfectly, the chance doesn't fall your way and you end up losing. And then if you lose that 1, then you have to win all the rest, pretty much. So, yeah, we really, in this Circuit Breaker Invitational, we take the best of the best and we really trim them down to the best of the best of the best, very aggressively. Let's see, have we got both players now for this game?
All right, yes, I think we're good to stream table 6.
Okay.
That is when the round starts.
So we're looking at Magdalene into Ob here.
Not Yeti pointing out we're going to spend this entire game talking about Rejig, and he's right. I think Rejig, I agree with Not Yeti that Rejig is really underrated as a card, and I think people only realized it was like good when Creative was banned, and now that Creative is back, people are forgetting again.
Yeah, it was funny. I worked on this deck with Yeti a little bit, and on similar Magdalene decks during the period that Creative was banned. And yeah, with the unban, we were looking at it being like, well, do we cut these rejigs for the creatives? No, we might cut Your Gamble before we cut rejig to fit the the creative in.
Just play all of them.
Well, yeah, I think that's where he's landed. So, yeah, just a quick check with the players on the time, which has indeed started.
Turn
much,
one remote push.
Much experience with these current op decks?
That's the most ideal opening for Ob with Maskarovka, but unfortunately the most ideal opening for the runner here, which is Shogamble Propeller. That's an anthill in the bin.
Second time today we've seen a Magdalene just jam a Propeller and challenge a turn one install.
Oof. Both players on 2 credits, but the runner feeling ahead, I would say.
Yeah, probably you'd assume there's another econ card in the runner hand. When if you're making that trash, you probably have some recovery planned, maybe a Coalescence.
This deck has so many ways to crawl back up from low credit counts, and there you go, there's Coalescence.
There it is, yeah. But an Excavator doing similarly for the Corp here. Get that Regolith.
Okay, we're both back in the game now. A full 3 Regolith pulls is nuts economy.
Some quick early exchanges.
And hey, there it is, our first rejig. Can we get a counter on stream for rejigs?
Straight up jigging it.
Perhaps we are not yet jigging it.
Oh, come on. I said the line, Yeti. You've got to do the thing.
Well, hey, a second rejig.
Now, does that count? Is he just artificially inflating the rejig counter by undoing clicks? There's an agenda at play here. I'm not sure. I'm not just.
They're saying stocks are up in rejig.
They are saying it.
The value here, of course, being you get to install your lily pads for cheap. You get to proc your lily pads additional times with the rejig. You get to recharge Propeller, Revolver. You get to bounce things off of Muse. There's so many ways to use rejig, and they're all great because it costs 0.
Yeah, I think the printing of Muse is really the thing that, although we didn't realize it at the time, that gave rejig the juice. Just Muse is a good rejig target in itself, but also when you have rejig in your deck, Muse kind of has no downside. You just get to search a breaker for it in the moment that you need it, and then remove that breaker from Muse to put it in your normal MU, so that Muse can then be spent in some other way later, and you're not taking up so much MU just for one breaker. Works really nicely. And also just the plays we saw there, pick up the Coalescence to install the lily pad at a discount, and then Mags reinstalls the Coalescence for you, get you that card. Just a lot of efficiency for a 0-cost neutral event. But now we have
I think
could be a big jam here.
Underexplored card, I think, is In the Groove, which with rejig actually can get you quite a lot of triggers.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me about In the Groove. I've triggered it more than most, I think, with one notable exception.
Notably, nothing in the heap for that to find, so let's try that again.
Ups.
Copy for Sviatogor is a really good hit if that's what we're going for.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Go straight for the HQ sweep, seems like.
Well, it makes sense. You wanna be able to hit that Muse, and we're seeing a Basalt from HQ.
Well, yeah, really heads up they're not trashing the measured, because immediately stealing a Basalt, it would have got picked up anyway. Instead we go an Excavator back, and an Anthill firing, okay. But now with 3 points and unknown measured response in hand, we've got to play a little bit more carefully as runner, because a poorly timed steal could put you in the danger zone.
See, the great thing about rejig is even though starting the turn with so few credits, you could In the Groove install Coalescence, or even better, install Muse for Coalescence, rejig, get them back for free, triggering Lilypad in the process, and getting all of your triggers off of In the Groove. Ending, of course, with Creative Commission.
In the Groove has a real advantage that few cards in Modern Netrunner have, which is it's got a whenever trigger on it, so you just get to tap it a bunch of times on your turn, which is just a really fun thing to do with cardboard. Trigger this, tap.
Whenever is probably the best text on a card.
Yeah, that's great stuff.
I famously, at least to myself, am very fond of Geist.
We love Geist. You'll hear no complaints about Geist here. I put it in Classique even though they all told me I shouldn't.
I often think, like, what are the matchups from modern day metas that are going to be the classic matchups of generations to come? And I always think that Loud is going to be a corp in some classic matchup, perhaps against Mulch. Two big decks from, I think, 2023.
Yeah, you're pushing a bit of a QTM agenda there. The pair of.
What can I say? I'm biased. But from
yes,
current
absolutely.
year, you've got the Epiphany, you've got Scrubs, you've got various different Audrey decks.
I mean, I think AU is the big deck of 2025, right? Some form of AU
sure.
would have to make it in. Even though it didn't win Worlds, it was definitely the biggest deck that everyone was thinking about for most of the year at different parts of the season. Yeah, I do always wonder about putting Orb in Classique, but it's hard to do that. A deck so full of search effects and then give it to somebody who's never played it before. Always a tricky thing.
Well, welcome to UK Nats. Sorry you dropped out of the Swiss. Come play Oko and Orb.
Yeah. Speaking of Orb, we've got a jam here behind 4 ice. Only one of them known. And a full 19
feel
credits.
Perhaps that the Corp does not want Not Yeti to get in here.
That's certainly one read, yeah. Although even if he does, getting in and surviving could be tricky. This is very likely an agenda. We're jigging.
We're bringing back Copulation. I wonder what we're gonna hit with this. Maybe an R&D run. Maybe get rid of the wall-to-wall.
Yeah, I mean, one way of part of what's being threatened here is that server 7 is some kind of click gaining card and that 6 is a basalt. Because obviously, for those that don't know, this ob deck, fondly known as Scrubs, designed by the testing team known as Scrubs, of which Meteor is, I believe, a member, is step 1 score basalt spire, basically. That's what the deck is trying to do. And yeah, that's Yeti's read here is we want to get through to server 7 to deal with the ancillary card rather than the agenda itself, because that way we potentially prevent a basalt score. But Meteor, knowing that, could have put a cheeky agenda here. If you put double agenda on the table here, pretty difficult for Yetis to survive double measured.
Quick shout out once again to NB Kelly for implementing the undo paid ability command on JNet, which I found out about yesterday.
Yeah, it's great stuff. Really nice piece of tech. There was an excavator which we picked up here, so it wasn't the measured trap, and it also wasn't obviously a way to score basalt, but we're pushing through maybe an above the law.
There it is.
No, it was slash and burn. Slash and burn to score the basalt. Okay.
Step 1 accomplished.
There we go. But we do have just a face-up slash in the heap here. I know.
We're going for it.
So it looks like the plan here was to excavate away the wall-to-wall into a spin doctor to keep that slash safe. And Yeti's managed to foil that and force the basalt counter to pick up the slash. So now you know it's in HQ and you've got a cups ready to go.
That's also one counter down on basalt, which is worth quite a bit when you're trying to kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Forcing a defensive basalt counter is
at 6 credits. I think Not Yeti, if careful, can stay well above the 4-card 8 credit threshold.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Could just click for 2 here and discard something with mags, or guess we'll be looking for a way into HQ pretty promptly. Going for creative. Okay, that's nice.
That's a second propeller now. Brrr. What sound does a propeller make? They're usually underwater, so I just hear the bubbles.
Well, we call helicopters choppers, right? They kind of go chop, 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 chop. Is the thing on a helicopter a propeller? I guess it isn't.
Yeah, they're like propeller's just a spinny thing, but this one's clearly underwater, so I'm assuming it's an underwater propeller.
Yeah, so it doesn't make very much sound, I guess. Hard to hear things underwater. This is really riveting content I'm delivering here. Triple install from Orb. So maybe one of these is the slash and burn that we wanted to get out of hand.
Scrubs has a lot of incidental fast advanced tools, right? Like I think it runs Nano Mano and Bass, correct?
Yep. Nano Mano and Bass. Ooh, second cups. We're dual wielding here. A cup in each hand.
Here Magdalene is holding 2 cups.
Now we could just go for the HQ charge here. If it's Winchester, you're not too happy. And I guess white space, you needed another credit first. Oh, you've got knick-knack. Oh, okay. We're going oiler. We're going to try this remote? No, we're going to try HQ. Okay. Just hoping it's not Winchester.
Winchester is. Oh, it's Winchester.
It's
and that
always
is
Winchester.
brutal.
Yeah, well, we got to pay for traces. Okay, we're going to pay through the trash trace, maybe. But
well, losing the lily pad is probably worse than losing a single program. Oh, but we're letting that fire anyway.
Yeah, smashing the full cups. And we're saving the lily pad. And then we're going to decide if we want to spend on the ender run, which we don't. No, yet he has to decide if we want to hold 3 credits or get into this HQ.
I will say the number of people I've managed to get by installing Winchester on the remote, no one ever expects it, but even without the underrun, it can just destroy a runner.
For sure, yeah.
And we are letting that fire and we're bouncing.
Okay, could have gone to 7-6 there, maybe.
We are at risk of measured if we let that go through and steal.
Yeah, true. So yeah, we're just gonna be sensible here. Go back up to 8 credits.
It is technically possible, correct, for this deck to score a single point and then measured in the same turn, right?
Yeah, well, usually 2 points, because if you score Azef, then you do 2 damage, and then it makes the measured kill that much easier. When I actually picked this deck up myself after Worlds, the first 3 games I played, I won in that exact fashion 3 times in a row, which was a surprise to me. I didn't expect it to come up that often, but yeah, it really can do. But yeah, in this case, we're going to do a bit of securing instead, it looks like. Get R&D protected. Okay, dumping a couple of cards. This might suggest that there's a spin on the table here. We're going for R&D protection, clear out the HQ in the face of compilation, and then shuffle those agendas away.
Another really good use of rejig, it lets you pick up Euler and Gauss if you're so inclined and reinstall them to get their turn installed triggers active again. All this and more for 0 influence and 0 credits.
Wow, what a deal.
By now, while stocks remain.
Yeah, by now before Ash's rotation. Well, it could be any amount of time before Ashes eventually rotates, but it's still the oldest cards in standard at this point.
What are you excited for in the next set?
Ooh, now then. What am I excited for? I just like new cards. I don't really, not really that fussed about what they are. Just being new is exciting, isn't it? I think, yeah, there's a few things that Standard probably needs in terms of enhancing the card pool. But I don't know. I'm an editor by trade, so I'm not a particularly good original thinker. I tend to leave that to other people. So card design is not my forte. I'm happy with whatever I get given.
I've already mentioned it, but I'm excited by Flood the Market. Just nonsense card.
Yeah, seems pretty dope.
We are ripping up a powers that be with Copulation. Perhaps we will be going back to HQ.
Yeah, just keeping it there for now. Safekeeping. Saves us a couple of credits. It's a good one to deal with.
There's some absolute BS that Ob can pull with powers. I think there was a line I saw at 2023 EMEA in the final. I don't think it was even correct. The Circuit Breaker, the former Circuit Breaker who won that, admitted it afterwards, but it was trash Hokllo Man to tutor the powers that be with Aziev, and then use the powers that be to reinstall Hokllo Man.
Yeah, and you can even score another agenda in that sequence potentially. Yeah, I did enjoy the those Hokllo Ob decks back at the time.
It's rejig.
Control that then, so it was a bit easier. Oh, it's rejig. What do you know?
That's Revolver. We can get into HQ now.
Okay, that's a nice one.
Revolver against Winchester is really quite brutal for the Corp. I'm never happy to see Revolver, which is unfortunate because it's probably the top killer right now.
Yeah, I mean, it only works twice, so force them to...
Twice is sometimes all you need.
We haven't gone for HQ this turn. In fact, we've decided better to set up a bit more money, get more knick-knack targets on the table. And, oh yeah, just that little bit of confusion about the coalescence timing.
You have to pull those during your own turn, so you can't surprise get out of measured range.
Yeah, but Meteor being gracious and confirming for Yeti that he's not going to kill him right now, so those 8 credits aren't going to matter. He does remind him that he could, though, just for future ref.
That's the best. What are we scoring?
Score the slash and burn, yeah. So the one we saw earlier now safely disposed. We do have to clear the HQ ice to do it, but since the runner already installed a breaker to respect that ice, it's not the worst exchange.
Server 6 looking like a very possible jam next turn.
Could be, yeah. We didn't see that spin, so if there were other agendas in HQ, they never did get shuffled back. And in fact, looking at it, there are 2 spins already face up in archives, so if the 3rd spin turns up, ideally it's going to be shuffling those instead. But yes, facing down Scrubs on 5 points. It's always a bit of a worrying situation because they have a lot of options for fast advancing those 5. Sorry, those last 2.
Nothing in archives. Fly Swatter and 2 Kesselroids. But you got to keep them honest.
Yeah, and then we probably have to do the HQ sweep here.
That's a measured. And that's a second measured.
One. Okay, well now this gets hairy because one of them can get picked up for sure. That's going to get trashed.
Assuming that we're not scoring out next turn, we just need to be above 8 credits when this turn ends. And there's creative permission, we're safe.
So that's okay. We'll see if we can get away with. There's 2 unknown cards in HQ. They could be slash and burn agenda or nano management agenda. Or there could be one coming off the top.
Nano Mano is the big one, yeah. Hard to diffuse.
2 draws here, so in fact 4 draws with the spin. We're digging for it. That's a pretty quick install. That looks likely to me.
Oh, no.
Second install. Okay. Just
Perhaps trying to spread not yeti thin.
yeah, and put the fear in him with that fast server 6 installed. If it were me, I would have instantly assumed I'd lost the game. But now we're going to have to try and get into this server 6, most likely. Since we don't have R&D pressure to hand to try and win the game outright. Yeah, tough spot for the runner. We've got quite a lot of clawing back to do in terms of points. And every turn we're going to have to fear the top deck slash and burn or similar that could win the game.
Classic Wayland is always able to threaten a win at 5 or 6. I do somewhat miss the I miss the days of Project Atlas, and you just score one with a single counter on, and then constantly threaten anything.
Yeah, stuff. I do like the now what's it called, the
off the books
elevation replacement. Thank you. I do like off the books. Very neat card, but doesn't quite do the same.
I miss the instant speed trigger. It was fun to run R&D and bait them into shuffling it with Atlas to waste a counter.
Yeah, that was nice. Oh,
this is
has got expensive, yeah, with this big staff.
4 credits. But we are getting in.
Yeah, we're committing though. That's a ton of resources. Emptied the propeller, spent revolver counters and a lot of credits. Probably accessing. Oh, okay.
Slash and burn.
Not for nothing. Now we have to live.
Which begs the question what 11 and 12 are and what HQ looks like. Presumably, no 3-2.
Fetching the R&D ice is a pretty big signal that the agendas are there. Agenda in 11 or 12 would be extremely bold, and it seems like if you'd had a had another agenda to go with that slash and burn, you might have tried to hold them in HQ instead of jamming. So if it were me, I think I would read there's not a score on the table or in hand, and I just need to live here. And there's 2 messages in archives, but a spin on the table, so. And only 6 credits, yeah.
6 credits means that I think not yeti is safe.
Yeah. Double measured is technically possible.
Extract measured, correct? Yeah, that would work.
Yeah, well, excavator puts us up to 9, so it would be credit.
Yes.
Would be enough. But we need to basically have one copy, the third copy in hand right now, or get very lucky with a spin and a top deck. Okay, we're going for R&D. Interesting.
Perhaps trying to just close this game, knowing that there's no way to avoid it if it's in hand. And with measured as a constant threat and fast advance as a constant threat, I can see this as a reasonable line.
Okay,
that's both the spin doctors coming back,
which maybe suggests that measured is in hand.
That's not it. It's not it.
Second Svi. So that gives us a click to draw if we don't have it. Searches for Bass. Never mind. We have the win because of the staff Carez. Very nice. Assuming we have an Azef to jam here. Lol. We had it both ways.
Good game. Good game.
Really tough game there for the Shaper to navigate. Scrub's pulling out all the tricks and getting there in the end.
I have to assume that not Yeti lost that because of, not getting the full value out of rejig.
Yeah, that could be the only explanation, I imagine. Although we did see 3 to 4 played, depending how you count them.
Looking through other games that are on right now, there is a DAO game currently, if we want to have a look at that.
Yeah, we could take a look. Which table is that?
That's table 11. I'll check if they're on board.
Thank you. Axie was trash talking DAO earlier, so we can see if the system gateway shaper can prove him wrong.
Yep, we're good to stream. Although we're currently 6-0 against Epiphany, so who knows how long this game will go.
Sorry, which game is this?
Harmon B versus
Okay,
the King. Both very good players. Harmon B, a big fan of the less popular IDs, earlier playing Ateo versus... not Ateo versus, Ateo with Flower Sermon.
Helpfully catching us up here on the game so far, which apparently mostly involves just running the right cards instead of the wrong ones.
Yeah, I don't know why people don't do that.
Yeah. But we saw the King's Epiphany earlier in the day. It's got an end of the lines in it. And at least 2 gaslights. Maybe it was the full complement to be able to threaten them pretty consistently. So, yeah, we don't have a ton of board here, though. No federals or balanced coverages ticking. Just a 1 credit a turn from Plaza and the wage workers.
Trying to get an idea of what this runner is doing from the board state. We're not on Hermes Dowers has sometimes been the deck.
Yeah, that's interesting. Although in the matchup, actually moving pings around to mess with your opponent's B1001 plays can be pretty nice if you have a good read on where a ping is.
I've never fully understood Dow, but I know some people swear by him. And I'm looking in the bin, and very interesting, there's a Cyber Trooper Talut in the bin, which does work with Euler and Gauss.
Very nice. Yeah, that's interesting.
Just for making them really, really good for a single turn.
It gives you that precious link for in case you need to do what Not Yet did in the last game and run through a Winchester.
Decks like this remind me fondly of CTM. Those were the days. What are your thoughts on hard-hitting news?
Yeah, you know, Oppo. I prefer Oppo personally. I'm an Oppo stan. But I enjoyed CTM. I've played that classic matchup plenty. It's a good time.
I think Oko is the new CTM. Epiphany is the new Potential Unleashed. Leo is the new Architects of Tomorrow. Nova is the new Professor.
Okay, well, apart from that last one, you won me around on the last one. I was about to say, can't we just have new things, Ams? Does every new thing have to be an old thing?
Everything is a thing that was once a thing
Professor,
before.
right.
Nothing is new or original.
Wow.
Ampere's the new Building a Better World.
Okay, that one you're losing me on.
Hang on. Give me a moment. I can work this one out.
Okay, yeah. While you're doing that, we've got a Hollо Man moving around.
Oh, right, there's a game.
Heading to server 15. There is a game, yeah. There were 4 tags that got cleared by Harmon B following the big Oppo. Looks like that's going to get converted into a score here in server 15. But that's just the first score of 4 needed, and only 1 steal needed for the runner. So.
Oof. And using the full Holllo Man to score out of freedom, that's rough. Blank 4-2.
Yeah, it's a high upside, high downside card for sure. We've got a Tau swap to think about here. Oh, well, we went for archives and R&D swapped. Interesting.
Could make all the difference in the world.
Well, yeah, you'd assume that the R&D ice is Messner Chestvo with the advancement. So, and we have no decoder present. So I guess we're saying we're leaving R&D alone for a little while. See how Harmon B wants to approach this board now that we're tagless again. We've got a nice big fermenter we can pop. And then you probably want to get to this Holllo Man to stop more scoring happening. But I guess the downside of getting to this many points earlier in the game is you can get big oppoed often as the game continues, unless you can find those last points.
There's only one in the bin. I'm wondering how many oppos we've seen.
Pretty sure one of them got shuffled back in just as we were joining the game.
It does appear to be 2 played this game.
So we've gone for a setup turn here rather than interacting. Ritual Fermenter Chip. So if this server 16 was an agenda, then this Hollowman gets to move to it. Would be a pretty bold one. And we whiffed on the balanced. Interesting.
Apparently, it seems like a lot of whiffs on the balance this game.
Yeah, it looks like we've not really got a federal established at any point, which is always a bit of a worry for Epiphany. Those agendas can start to build up.
It really highlights how important it is to be very specific with what you trash.
Second dice on archives. Okay, something's up here.
I think we're playing around Daru.
That makes sense. No, we've changed our mind. Oh, we've changed our mind in order to do some wage workers optimization. That's fine. Yeah, playing around areas. So we're saying the agendas are all on R&D, and we don't want you to get them.
Do we know if this is a next big thing list or classic all 2-pointers?
I don't believe it's next big thing. Oh no, it is. I remember. That is in fact exactly how the runner won the game in round 2 this morning.
Yes, that was it.
Ripping the next big thing. So going from 4 to 7. So yeah, it could be we get there on just 2 scores for the king. But we don't seem to be presenting one now. And we're going for the hollow here. Yeah, we've got a full fencer, so trashing that makes sense. But we're going to have to potentially eat another oppo. We did see a gaslight revealed with balanced a couple of turns ago, which could be what's in server 16. So that could go and fetch the oppo. Oh, but we've got cups here to go end of the line.
And there's the final FOI.
Never mind, there's the agenda. Yeah, the king doing his best to sell the story that there were no agendas at HQ and Harmon B not buying. Good game.
Yep, just no cup, no nothing, just
sniping.
Access the agendas.
Why not?
How many accesses were there that game?
Oh, I closed the stats. Damn, more fool me.
13. So not a huge number. That's pretty solid tell, yeah.
That's basically 1 in 3. Nice.
There's still some time left in the round. Do you think it's worth hopping on to another game?
Let's see.
If we want to see something a little different, there is a Leo game still going.
Just a few minutes left, but we could pop into a Leo game. Would you care to ask them for us?
Of course. Just waiting on confirmation from both players.
If you're just joining us, this is the 3rd pod of the Circuit Breaker Invitational 2026, the capstone event of the narrow season, where players from different smaller events across the year, well, and on occasion bigger events, get invited based on their successful performances, to play a worldwide online event to the best of the best. And the top 5 from this pod will join top 5s from the APAC region and Americas region pods established over the weekend, along with our reigning Circuit Breaker Kikai, to play a top 16 next weekend. We're just coming to the end of round 6 here. We had 2 remaining undefeated players going into the round. And we didn't see either of those in action during this game, so I'm not sure at this stage whether they've remained undefeated.
I'm not getting confirmation from both players, so it might be best to call the round there.
Yeah, I think it might be, since we're just coming up to time now, and these players will have to resolve their games potentially under some more stressful circumstances. So yeah, we can, well, I'll leave it up to our gracious host whether we want to go to a break or call some final round results once we get them.
I can put it on a break. So
Yeah,
like
okay.
a 5-minute break, and we will get right back to round 7 after that.
Brilliant. And that will be me signing off for the day, I think. So thanks
Mhm.
all. Enjoy the rest
Been
of
a,
it.
been a pleasure to commentate with you.
Indeed, yeah. We'll have to read the JNet chat log together another time.
Okay, we're back. Round 7 coming up. A couple rounds left to go until we find the 5 participants for the top cut happening next week. If I'm not mistaken, which is going to be hype as hell. Just need to fix the screen.
We are good to stream Harmon B versus Eden.
Alright. Quite an interesting matchup. I don't think this was the matchup that we would be expecting to see on these top tables in a tournament.
I'm just very excited to watch Seb and interested to see if this Atea can have another swing, because this is the deck that got very unfortunate earlier on in the tournament.
Yeah, I believe we saw like 2 eyes drawn super early on, and that was kind of a frustrating game to watch where the corp really cannot do anything.
According to chat, it was a 5 and 6 to kill the runner on that Seizentan, but them's the breaks.
5 and 6. Okay, that's unlucky. What can you do? Seizentan feels like it never kills.
World's biggest Seizentan hater, but not because it's too strong, because it's too weak.
Okay. Look, this opening looks pretty similar than last time. Just a hedge fund Ice HQ double remotes. I feel like we're going in and trashing one of these at least.
Icing HQ is very important. Like, Seb is gonna be on transfer.
100%. That's basically the best Sebastian card you can ask for. Spin Doctor? I think there's a chance Harmon wants to pop this. No, doesn't look like it. Just to deny the Solidarity Badge, that's like an option to do.
I could see it, but it's such low value.
Yeah, it's really a difficult choice at that point. And look like we're going... This seems like it's kind of a rushy list where we do play predictives just to draw cards, and then you can kind of like spam install them out on these remote servers with Atea. Kind of an interesting take. And advance?
Yeah, it seems less interested. Well, both Ateas we've seen have been less interested in creating mountain servers and just using the tricks to fast advance and sneak stuff out.
Yeah, I think the biggest Atea server we saw today was like 2 eyes. I guess it could have been 3, but where it's more like Adrian says and stuff like that, keeping you safe. This advance is interesting. Do you think it's the Charlotte or an actual agenda here?
I could believe it's an early push for a Flower Sermon. I know Flower Sermon is quite important for your central defense.
Oh yeah, just then you don't have to start icing R&D for a while, and it can just push stuff on the remotes.
And we're still early enough in the game that I think you can afford to push things this blatantly. But we'll see.
Yeah, there's I think the deck typically plays like Cruise and Audreys. And if we see Chisel and Crew. No, Devil Charm and Crew.
Oh
no. Exactly. Exactly. My bad. I shouldn't curse like this.
This is your fault.
Yeah.
Neutering a Tattoo Bowler with the Crew interaction. Because you can deny the swap.
Yeah, you don't even have to actually use the Devil Charm here. You can just take the tag, use Arcer's Crew by self.
Fortunately, it was a Charlotte, so not least. A huge loss from B.
And then the question is, we are floating a tag. Is that going to be bad for us? We did see a predictive planogram already played, so we're kind of lucky that was out already.
Predictive, is that the worst punishment, though? Because you're not ever using Mindscaping for a single.
I feel like that's going to be the worst punishment that is going to be in the deck, so... You probably are fine floating tag. And then the Lago hitting the steel skin always feels so good as the runner.
Going on, we're going to rip this board apart. Second spin, and this time we are spinning.
Yeah, I'm managing to save the second spin doctor. And predictive planogram getting added back in, just getting the credit totals back up.
Makes sense. This list is on amanuensis, right? So we're expecting to be floating tags.
Yeah, I would expect so. Then having to click for credits, just getting basic econ back online.
Did Eden only have 1 credit when it reached Charlotte?
I'm not sure. Yeah, could be.
It was being pointed out actually. Didn't need to pop that, but I've done it so many times where I forget to actually do the maths.
Yeah, that's a really usual thing to happen. Eden Odora is being setting up quite nicely. We have wheels come down. That's going to be a lot of clicks at some point in the game. Botchel is attacking HQ, so like transfer of wealth probably lining up pretty well next turn.
Transfers feeling pretty spooky right now.
100%. Oh no, there's a steel skin hit off the logo. That's so many cards drawn.
Stop it.
At what point do you call your opponent from stacking the deck?
There it is.
Yeah. Transferring
with that much draw, it was gonna be in hand.
100%. Also, getting a free crew down, that's going to be so valuable. Stealing a vulnerability or just sniping it out of hand. And one of these remotes is going to fall this turn, attacking with wheels on the outermost remote.
Palisade's an interesting choice we saw earlier, but I guess it makes sense if you really want to keep them out more than you want to tax them. The cards from Samaximon.
Yeah, Palisade stats are actually pretty fine. And I believe we might be playing all of them. Yeah, Eden.
See, this is what I was excited by this matchup.
Humanoid getting trashed. A super key action to do. Cannot let that get actual value. Server 3 is advanced already, but not taking. Yeah, predictive.
Very nice. That's
predictive just to get the extra value when Eden ends tagged to get those extra things. Order coming down, and now we're going to siege up on HQ and continually attack that server. I feel like first run is going to be just trashing with Gourmand, and we're probably going back. Okay, never mind. This is getting trashed for credits.
Also, I just noticed that the price hit 2 strike funds.
Did it? Oh yeah, that feels so good. All these trashable cards have been hit by exactly the correct ones. Or remote install advance. Just full rushing it.
This could be a 4-3.
Yeah, it could just be the game.
Get it out as soon as possible.
Imagine the outermost is like a fly swatter. Oh, never mind. This is going. We're probably getting in, except if the outermost is fly swatter. I think that's the one card that stops this run from getting in. No boomy.
But we do get to hit the Botulus, which is nothing.
Yeah, still 100% hurts really a lot. We really want those Botulus to stay there. Leech getting discarded to Audrey. Continuing. And the flies were the wrong way around though. It does still mean you have to use the Arosera screw out and get that destroyed. Free Valentina install by taking a tag. Kind of a neat interaction there.
Third spin.
Yeah, no, we have 2 gone from the game. 1 if we used the super early one, but that still is shuffled into the deck somewhere.
we're getting back seamless launch and planogram, so the threat is still real, trying to get us sneak out any for advancement. And icing archives is always correct against Seb.
Yeah, I have to stop those privileged access runs from getting in. That privileged access get a Gourmand run somewhere would be really powerful.
I once installed Crisium and border control on archives, and it was correct.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. And now we actually have difficulties getting this auto charge. We have used 2 crews already, so 2 of those tools that we actually can get in the servers with have been used. We are missing just 1 though. No rest on HQ. Saving, I think we have saved the agenda with flower ceremony here.
That would make sense. I don't actually know the optimal windows to use flower sermon when you're not protecting agendas.
Yeah, it's kind of a challenging card that nobody plays, so it's like you really don't know what the actual things is. But Eden managed to sneak into HQ, and actually getting this order counter is super important. Just having this access to the counter on Audrey means you can challenge basically every server here, outside of it having a fly swatter in there.
Off-world office was on top there, so it does look like that was that? No, that was after the mandatory draw.
I think so. We might be starting with flooded. We are drawing up. Are we trying to find the one spin doctor? I feel like credits are the thing that you typically would expect to want here. Oh, transfer.
Yep,
well,
transfer.
Coming in.
We just have to hope that's. Nope.
Yeah, no, just getting transferred at exactly the wrong time. Even with a Manuela, we get to access 2 cards out of HQ now.
And hitting the seamless is quite devastating. That's one of your main ways to get out of this.
Yeah, Gourmand, kind of a key card in the Sebastia deck. Ooh, free discard on the Steelskin scarring used, so order just using the ability out of the run.
I feel like R&D is probably gonna be. I mean, we've already used a flower summon, so R&D get a double access makes more sense to me there.
Yeah, it could probably be challenging that server instead. Pushing remote, even though we have 2 credits, so I think R&D might be getting pressured out. Lacosta cannot probably trash that. 4 is a pretty big number. Yeah, deciding to leave it to get the order counter after a purge.
That's a good call, yeah.
Ooh, another Gourmand. And now we're at the
this is the Doom the late game Doom rig of Seb that's so hard to deal with once they get going.
Yeah, just getting huge amounts of value and basically not using any credits to actually break anything, so you're free to do everything else with credits.
All he really needs is the 2 credits to trash with crew.
Yeah. And you kind of need to, at some point you do need to get the Ashen Epilogue to hit, so you can get your crews back, but Privilege Axe is also a pretty good tool in getting those.
Devastating card to let fire.
Solid triple installer. Also Leech, really important here. Makes crew so much more reachable. Axing Athene from hand. And Sizentan. Nothing super key card in there. Pay the cash from archives. Free 2 credits.
I'm gonna be back up to 10 credits. That's not nothing. The letting the tattoo bowler fire on archives actually might have worked out.
Yeah, I think so. Like, giving the corp 2 free credits of the tattoo bola just sometimes enables them to do bounce up back up on credits so much faster. And thinking about the last 2 clicks, are we trying to push out here? The remote is kind of unsafe, but you need to do something out there. Otherwise, agendas will pile up in HQ.
We are setting it up maybe to push.
Oh, double install and installing into the server which has just 1 ice there.
That must be Lacosta Charlotte, right?
Yeah, could be. Lacosta is the card that already was there. A second privilege access. No, goddammit. And what do we get from here, though? A second... Yeah, Cruise and Friend of a Friend from hand.
That's so much value.
Yeah, Gormand also. The remote is going to be falling down soon. So typically the card you exactly need for the situation, but Arusera's crew managing to just take it out. Oh, stealing an off-world office, just trying to sneak it out. There is complete control from the Sebastian.
It's a very mean deck when it gets going. It's just so hard to pilot in my experience. I never know what I'm doing with a Seb list.
Yeah, hard to pilot. Can get into really awkward situations where you need to be an expert player to get out of those kind of cringe draws. Luckily, we didn't really see that happening here. But I think if somebody can pilot Seb effectively, it's going to be Eden. Like one of the players who has been repping Sebastian for the longest times.
Shall we have a look at another game?
Yeah, 100%. I think we still have pretty good time here.
Plenty of time, plenty of options. I haven't got to see Oko yet today, if that's something you'd be up for.
Yeah, 100%.
Table 16, we've got Hemra versus Basseton. I'll quickly go check.
Yeah, 100%.
I hope so, though, because we've got an Essa here.
Yeah, I think we saw Essa a bit at the start, but I think that was a game where we jumped in while Essa was with 0 hand size and 2 trashed consoles in the bin already. So
this is quite the board state I'm looking at. I hope I get to share it. Just waiting for a response. Yep, we're good to go.
So table 16, was it?
I think so. It doesn't tell me once. There we go. So we've got 6 counters on the egg. We've got 3 on the boy. We've got hostile architecture out. We've got a cohort rest, and S's board state is Marrow and Ghost Tongue.
This hostile architecture does feel kind of nostalgic. I think this was like in the original Oshiko list that people were building, and then we haven't seen it for a while, but looks like it's doing work here.
It's a lot of influence, and it is pricey if you're also trying to go for Bladderwarts. Also, I forgot to mention double Diviner res.
Yeah, I think that is a change part maybe taken from the New Year's Showdown winner, who was talking about white space kind of not being taxing enough. And Diviner does do that.
If what you care about is the damage and not the credits, which is often the case for Oshiko, then Diviner is the better one. Though there are many who disagree with that logic.
Yeah, also Diviner's... Basically, Diviner's face check is worse, but Diviner is better in the long run. I think, like, partly the thing that people are talking about. Ooh. Getting a fast advancing out a hybrid release. Does a solid 3 damage and gets on 2 installs basically by itself. One from the ability of the card, installing a face down from archives, and then part B just installing anything from anywhere. Except the deck, I guess. Although we do just have 7 cards left in the deck, so there's...
Anywhere, yeah.
Yeah, it just might be that we see 2 runs on R&D and that's enough. Click for draws. Trying to stay safe from the damage. You don't have to go yet. There's still a couple turns you get to play the game without actually going down and eating dirt.
What are the threats being presented here? We've got Fut, of course, and there's still Regenesis in play.
Yeah, I think it's mainly Moonpool and Regenesis being somewhere on the table. With 6 face downs on Archives, that's kind of adding up pretty heavily. And we might even see something like scoring out a Regenesis and a Fuji into a line where it can on the same turn get blood in the water out there. I think that's also a card that we might see here. There definitely are
so
lines.
It's so hard to know though what's actually being presented though. Like my experience playing Oko is half the time the fear that you instill in the runner for what might be on the board is worth so much more than what you've actually got going on. Which for me half the time is that I drew all of my moon pools at once and then just chucks them on the board to simmer.
Yeah, basically any of these servers that we have can be moon pools. And if we manage to start scoring those, it's going to be challenging. Oh, Buzzerton is going on R&D. Could just be the game here.
Could just be Fuji.
And I think Hemra might be thinking about popping the Spin Doctor. No, just letting the X happen. But nothing seen there. And getting the sigh of relief after the brown arrow disappears into the ether, and you know that you can at least play a couple of turns more.
I mean, that could have been a bluff in itself. We don't know where the 5/3s are, but he does.
Yeah, 100%.
This is a particularly rough matchup for Esser, I think, because notably the Sabotage does trigger Oko.
And Buzzerton is calling GG's already. Reaper function Regenerators? Bladderwort?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's gotta be...
That's...
3 damage plus whatever you get with Foot.
Yeah, could be dead. I don't know. Like, there's still after this just 4 crits in the credit pool. Also, we don't know if there are any steel skins left. Or in the hand.
How many are we seeing in the bin?
I think
it's
one
just
in the bin.
one.
Yeah. Petty Cat
Oh,
getting...
and it's...
Oh, measure response. Never mind, yeah. I think Buzzerton might have known that was coming, so... That's quite a different line than me trying to figure out the Alco fat kill lines here.
What a monster of a board state, though.
Yeah, so many problematic cards on the table. And Reaper function pairing up quite nicely with measure response here.
Yes. You get so much control over like how much damage hits and when. In this deck, it's easier to play the odds on the steel skins.
Yeah, exactly. I think we still have... Yeah, about 20 minutes, so we probably can still jump into somewhere.
Did you want to watch a Sable game?
I'm down to watch a Sable game, like...
Table 10, we've got Seema on Ob and Motion Blur on Sable.
Could be interesting, if you want to jump in and ask.
Just a moment. Yep, we're good to go.
Sick.
Lots of points and score areas, but it's still very much all to play for.
Oh yeah. 17 and 15 credits. That feels like the biggest credit totals we have seen in a long while. Just running HQ normally. There's no multi-access on the table yet. You do get your wake implant counters this way though. Does help quite a bit. And I think we're using Kurupira to break. Oh, we are breaking it completely.
Fully break to get that counter and presumably deny the tutor.
Yeah, I was looking at the breaking the subs one by one. I think maybe at first thinking about letting the last sub fire, but
whether or not you let the last sub fire is a problem for 2 seconds away you.
And managed to snipe a wall to wall out. Probably not the biggest problem here, but still, that's a free trash. You take it. Also means you don't have to pay the protection money for Fencer anymore. Click for draw.
There's so much money on the board here.
Oh, overinstalling Stavka? Boomerang R&D. And are we just running it? Bravado in? So many credits, yeah, exactly what you were saying.
Like, this Sable especially is just the most pure form of runner, where it's all you care about is have money and get into servers, and everything else is, if it's in need of that, it stays. If it's not, you cut it.
That's, people have been calling it blue slop for a reason. Just every single credit card in the game and a couple of good win cons, and that's a pretty workable deck, as it turns out.
5 clicks also helps.
A bit, yeah. We do see a 2 cards access out of R&D, one unknown one, probably nice, and then until getting trashed, just 1 to trash, and means agendas will start piling up in HQ even more.
R&D is starting to get a little thin. They've got to be somewhere.
And still about half of the agendas left, if you just think about the points.
I'm so bad at agenda math, so I always forget the numbers. Is this a normal size deck?
I assume so. I will call everything a normal sized deck before proven wrong.
I count 46 cards, so somewhere I've gone wrong here.
I don't know. I'm not counting.
Do you know how many cards there are in chat?
33, 38, 40, 46, and then remove from game 3 spin doctors so that's 49.
I missed the spins. That's why I went wrong. Of course.
Yeah, really away from everything important from the corp area, so easy to miss. Second, Winchester on HQ, kind of an annoying server to start running. 5 credits to break a single copy.
I was saying, yeah, earlier, I hate to see Revolver, I love to see Harmon.
Yeah, 3 credits starts to add up. Actually, measure response, you probably want to trash that though. It does hurt your econ quite a bit.
That's the only one we've seen in the bin so far. I assume we're on 3.
Oh, and instantly going HQ. F-sharp, boomerang. And then Master Ravka getting bypassed by the Kurupira ability and accessing 2 cards.
Yep, there it is.
Yep. Managing to find it out. R&D is just getting tighter and tighter every time, because the ID ability is really good at getting those non-agenda cards out of the deck. And just managing to steal it out.
speed running how quickly you can make R&D a sure bet.
That's either
Is
Ob or
anything you
Oshiko, I feel like.
Anything you want to check out in the last 10 minutes?
I think Ruben Peters versus Mortimer could be an interesting thing to jump for the last second here.
Sure. Another Rob, another Seb.
Mm.
Oh, very different board state I'm looking at right now.
Mm-hmm.
What happened here? Let's just wait and see if we can... Yep, we're good to go. 9 runner cards removed from the game, a full board, and 2 points on either side of the table.
Okay, that is different, yeah.
What happened here?
I think it has been just the runner blitzing through, getting the Ashen epilogue, and that has removed quite a chunk. If you look at it, it's buffered 2 Devil Charms, which remove itself, 1 buffer drive to get the Ashen back in, and then played the Ashen, which is no.
It's wild that we've got this far through the game, used up buffer drive and Ashen, and still, oh no, there's the basalt. We're back.
Yeah, easily as you were saying that we have just fired 2 agendas, there's a third one being found out. And Manuel will still get us the second access here, right after Ruben picks a card to add to hand here.
Measured response really not doing all that much when you're on 5 cards and 8 credits.
Also, Ruben on 3 credits doesn't really line up perfectly.
Oh, that's not great.
Yeah, I feel like I'm looking at this.
Actually.
Yeah, I'm looking at this extract quite longingly for those credits here. The issue then might be you get the extract back, and then Gormond instantly eats it out of your hand as a small little dinner.
Card eating expert in chat.
Oh, Gem.
2 measures in the bin, you truly are no longer worried about this at all.
Yeah, basically doesn't do anything anymore.
And the third one. That's really rough.
Yeah, that does mean that the threat is no longer really anything. And the last card even is a speed note, that's the last of the recursion going out, and that hurts a lot.
In this situation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what the out would be.
Top deck extract, and then play like 2 copies of what's the card called? End of the line.
Oh yeah, that works. The classic 3 measured response, 2 end of the line ob deck.
Yeah, it's like 4 mid damage tribal.
How else can we do 4 meat damage? I mean, there used to be Wake Up Call.
Wake Up Call, Urban Renovation, I think, Scorch Earth. I think 4 damage is like the normal amount of damage every card does.
Imagine if Hostile did 4 damage.
I think that card might be like SBT might want to talk up to that card after.
Maybe. Purging here might actually, depending on the R&D eyes, do quite a bit here actually.
Oh, sending it.
Oh wait, no, I missed. There's a Rising Tide. There was a Rising Tide.
Oh, Rising Tide does so much here. Yeah, basically it means we're not getting locked out by this cheeky little Kessel Rise.
Is it unfortunate that the one big attack against what Seb is doing is also just 1 strength?
Yeah, it's like Kesselrod and Semaxa Moon are kind of the 2 things you can do, but neither of them really actually hard taking against the ID.
At the very least, it does force Seb to have an answer to it, but unfortunately, he does.
Sadly, yeah. Oh, that's a free purge. Does help a bit. Also means that we are still on 0 credits, and next couple of turns are going to be kind of slow, clicking for credits and not doing much else. Tithe does give us a bit of leeway here. Accessing 2 again. Sees nothing there. And we have run every single central server. Do we have some kind of a quest card here? No, that doesn't look like it.
At all.
Just go and dig your deep dive from the binder and play it out. Okay, you could have technically installed Wizard Chest right there.
The thing that worries me here is we've only seen 2 transfers in the bin. I think the maths adds up that there should be a third.
Typically there is going to be a third. It's just so good at doing what Seb wants to do. Ruben having to click for 3 credits. Understandable, but not what the corp wants to do here.
I guess maybe your best out is hope that the runner runs out of steam spinning in circles. Because Audrey is very limited once Ashen is gone, even if we still have 8 cards left in stack.
Yeah, 8 cards that will not last for the entire game, especially if Mortimer decides to start actually playing those. Deciding to just click for credits though and discard discards a logo at amanuensis, like, I think those cards you want to use to Audrey.
Interesting. It might, maybe he's just saying like, I know you can't do anything this turn, so, you know, I'm going to not waste my resources and wait for you to move. And Ruben is returning that.
Yeah, think about it.
Riveting stuff.
But Manuel, kind of hard card to get rid of. With Threat 3, you need an additional card to even on top of the Sebastian.
And it's an additional cost, it's not when you trash, so you have to have those cards, and it's just really difficult in this position to afford that.
Oh, and Privileged Axe is going to be twisting the knife here.
Ding card.
Gormond, Arsenal Crew, copy a friend of a friend. I think R&D going to be quite open after this, and Mortimer instantly going in, looking at 2 cards.
Oh, it's Stavka.
Does that do something? It kind of might pop off. You trash something? Arsenal Crew is no longer enough strength?
Yeah, no, this fires, right?
Yeah, we're getting rid of something. If you can manage to trash the Rising Tide Order, it might be some actually like a lockout here. We have 1 more copy of Privileged Access. No more Privileged Accesses. So every single breaker is here. I think there might be one order somewhere.
Oh gosh, this might be it. I mean, we're not ending the run here, so it could just all be over, but
100% could be, but I think this is the closest shot Ruben has to be able to close it out. First trashing Stavka, then Audrey. And now Ruben needs to hope R&D holds this one time.
You gotta believe.
And Tithe is going to do... Is Tithe hitting something important?
It hits Audrey.
Oh yeah, the second order going out. Trashing an anthill? Trashing doesn't see anything else? And that's the second order gone. If you put an ice on R&D, I don't think Mortimer might be able to get into anywhere anymore.
God, this was huge.
Yeah, that's the most biggest stuff cars I have ever seen. Basically, might be letting Ruben have a lifeline here.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
There might be issues coming up with time. I think we have like minute and a bit still going on. click for a draw.
It'd be rough
credits.
to make it this far and not quite make it out of the hole, especially if it looks like we're not finding the ice to actually,
Yeah, I think
because you can afford to just run through this if you're hoping to end the game.
I think the issue here for Ruben is that Kesselrod is kind of the only ice that actually stops the runs. Arosera's crew would be deleting a lot of them.
Yes, we do have Leech up. That's a big thing. Is it on 3 Kesselroids? Because there's only one in the bin.
I have zero idea. We do have one more crew also, so even deleting this Leech probably isn't enough. But also there's an issue with not being able to ice a R&D and the remote with a Kesselroid.
But yeah, you really you do need a little more time than you probably have this game.
No,
but I was so excited for a moment there. I believed.
Yeah, I think so. Trashing the Stavka, Ty's still in, and time has been called. I don't think the Corp can manage to dig it out here.
You can't get 3 points in one turn in this position, I think.
Doesn't even matter, yeah.
But what an incredible comeback in that last few turns.
Yeah, just kind of bit too late happening. Yep. And I think that was our last game of this round. And we should be marching straight on to the final round. Looking at the tables, I think we're starting to get some amount of IDs coming straight next round. And a lot of this
Such a tough tournament, though. Like, not that many people can ID, right? Because with only 5 making it into the top cut, if you make 2 losses in the entire day, I think that you're not surefire set to get in.
Yeah, I believe looking at the stats, we have 4 players with 18 points. So I think all of those players can ID if they pair into each other. And then it's going to be a bloodbath for the 5th spot here.
Such a brutal tournament.
Yeah, I think the question will be, will these players be pairing into each other? And doesn't look like it. I think a lot of them get actually paired down here.
Still very much all to play for. So top 5 currently, Sampernis, Tyrus, Minstrel, Pinsel, and Wowlock, but
yeah,
very likely.
I think everybody gets paired down. There's 0 pair-ups. And
is there any game looking interesting to you?
I feel like every single game in the top 10 is going to be deciding that who gets in. Every single match of the top 4, at least, is going to be somebody directly going in. Oh, also there's an Arizona on table 2.
Oh, table 2. Let's have a look at Arizona.
It is against Epiphany, so it might be like the saddest Arizona game we have seen all day, but it's still an Arizona game that we have seen.
What table is that? Sorry,
table 2.
Right?
Yeah, with the People's Champion versus Pinsel.
Only guys here at the moment, so I'll have to wait for
yeah.
Oh, no, there's Pinsel. Yep, we're good to go.
Great. Table 2. And Arizona is like the ID that has kind of fallen out of favor, maybe the most out of anything. Being able to get those Trojans on the table for free used to be way more important with the amount of Trojans that we used to have that were kind of busted with the ability. Stuff like Ika, being a Trojan that you actually don't have to install on ice, did cook a lot. You had Cuban, was it?
Cuban,
yeah, Cuban. Like getting credits while you run. Exactly. So those
I
added
think
up a
zero
lot.
cost was a big deal for both of them for
Mhm.
the Urban Art Vernissage engine.
Yeah. Yeah, your zero cost.
What do you think?
Mhm.
What do you think? Like one single card would save Arasana?
Like realistically, I think if you just reprint Cuban or Ika, that would be pretty good. Like, if you want to be honest with it, I think Cuban probably is the one card that you can give Aresana. Like, okay, Aresana can just spawn with this card, and it will be good. Or good.
I do miss when Arasana was, one of the strongest IDs. I mean, won Worlds 2 years ago.
Yeah, and it was definitely really interesting. Double icing HQ
And being ice down,
R&D.
so she's not blank.
Yeah, that's like the 2014 start right here. Ice HQ R&D and click for credit. And now we're starting to push on the remotes. Had to defend central servers first though. And Nuka getting even more draws. 2 diesels for a price of 1 credit and a click. Seems like a pretty good card.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing how shape a draw has changed with the rotation of Diesel. And Ritual isn't a bad card, but it's far from the ubiquity that Diesel had on the faction.
Ritual just doesn't spark joy in the same way. Where you manually click for a draw Ritual, and lose a part of your soul instantly.
It hurts every time, but have you played it in Eternal?
Oh yeah, Hyperdriver Ritual does kind of feel pretty good.
It's so wild, like Illumination and Ritual are both cracked in Eternal.
Yeah, Eternal kinda lets some different cards cook.
It makes sense for Illumination, especially because you have so few clicks in your average Eternal game that getting 3 and 1 and a run, that's very good value. And speaking of, his Illumination in Standard.
We're sending it straight into R&D. That's going to be frustrating. Virtual Service Agent has to get the Muse installed. Muse Hush, that works.
Realistically, that's a pretty safe call. Like, I think VSA is one of the more likely ice to see on R&D, right?
Yeah, I think VSA is like a super expectable choice. I think another one. Environmental testing getting installed first, and then we get 2 free simul chips and propellers. Getting 2 counters on a single click on an environmental testing that we install this click also, like, huge value here.
The fact that Illumination installs 1 at a time is actually huge.
Yeah, 100%. It is kind of harkens back into different cards that install a lot of cards, and I think there were quite a lot of ruling nightmares with having them be installed simultaneously. So,
was this a mass install from one of the big boxes?
I think mass install and shipment from Mirror had something.
Oh, of course.
I wasn't there, so I don't like cite me as a source or anything, but.
I don't remember, but I wasn't big in the community back when I played in FFG era.
Yeah, just setting up a remote with an ice. Aresana probably the best faction into getting those single ice remotes though. You get to do so many evil shaper tricks and just sneak yourself in there. Oh, knick-knack.
Oh, also pointing out in chat, another benefit of Illumination is you get the Fencer credits.
Oh, yeah.
Uses of Fencer.
That's really cute.
And we see here Pinsel remembering that Hush has a click ability, which I never remember.
Yeah, switching it out.
I've lost games to that.
What did we trash to the knick-knack? Oh, Propeller to gain a credit? Interesting. Still racing the VSA. getting Arizona
We're
installed.
installing a coalescence with Arizona.
Just a freebie?
Just pure value and not even... I mean, what we get from this actually is we get to trigger simulchip afterwards.
Yeah, you can do it. I think it might be possible that Pinsel will be saving it. Simulchip is kind of a good card. No deciding to use it instantly. What for though? Coalescence.
We're just getting another 4 credits. This is so much money, and this early on against assets, that's so much
19 credits? That's...
19 credits and like a hushed VSA. It's going to be so hard to build a board from 2 credits, as Jerry.
Yeah, we have spent so many actions, like actually running and disrupting corporation while generating this credit pile. Kinda wild. Epiphany getting used? An ice install?
Oh, yeah, we are trashing. I was wondering if we were going to trash that and get rid of it.
VSA Hush, just wanting to get rid of that. Hush, kind of a good card.
I think Pencil can honestly just afford to sweep all 3, though.
I think so, yeah. Just run everything and trash everything. Like, don't let Joy have anything.
Are we making a call of ping here?
If you have the Rising Tide in hand, you might as well, I guess. Also, if you have a Fiazarum in hand, you will skip every single other ice also. Holloman probably also getting trashed. And yeah, the corporation's table just getting absolutely abolished here.
Yeah, it's so hard if you don't get into that early swing with assets, then it can be so difficult to fight against a well-constructed runner. Asking in chat, how is Pencil so rich? Well, we take a look at the...
Yeah, Ritual into environmental testing and 2 0-cost cards, and a creative commission, and a Sir Gamble, and a everything, and we still managed to like kick all these assets down.
You gotta climb a hill.
Yeah, this might be some Shaper stuff going on, who knows. Nuka install, click for Nuka, and we're leaving the server 4 and 5 here.
Maybe making the call that the expectation here is that you'll run everything, so now is the turn that you don't have to run everything.
Yeah, and a lot of time I think you can kind of leave the table for a turn in Epiphany. There's no like insta-win races that can happen, so you can just go and kick stuff down after they get rest.
Letting federal fundraising fire isn't the best outcome, but it's what are you gonna do with the cards that you're shuffling around?
Yeah, Federal is really good, but I think you need the couple other cards that synergize with you knowing the order of your deck to actually make it sing in a way that makes it like a must trash. 03 getting installed also. And now we start asset spam. Also with advance. Are we just calling that Pinsel cannot get in here?
But we've seen this ice not get, so I assumed it was at least 4, probably a Messner Chesfo.
It looks like it. First draw? And like Arizona just waltzes through here.
Taking out the federal, are we gonna check 4 and 6? Oh, we're getting a Fizzerum on a HQ.
That's an interesting call, just parking it there as a call. You like I guess it's a free install for the environmental testing. And if you're not running it this turn, it like doesn't really matter.
It's yet another piece of pressure on the corp here.
Yeah, HQ basically
I'm about to run
up.
I can get into server 3, I can afford to trash all your assets.
And having a credit commission, this credit disparity is like adding up so heavily. does feel borderline unfair at points. No score on the server 3. I think this might be showing signs of being a Czechish scion here.
It certainly can't be Offworld or Stoke the Embers.
No,
they would
everything else, I think you score instantly.
We've got a hush back on the table with Muse, and we've got another illumination.
Oh, yeah.
Iron testing is already up to 3.
Pressing for all.
This is a real masterclass in how to headlock a corp as the runner.
Also just a masterclass of how to play Shaper. DCMZ coalescence for basically free. And yeah, just doing everything.
That's pending 2 more installs. That's another 4 credits from Cole and another 9 credits from the ENV testing rating to enter the pool.
So we are kind of like, we're floating around 35 credits. And yeah, not falling for the bait on server 3. Just letting Jai do stuff on the table, and you can go kick stuff down after Jai has done the thing, actually.
Is there any real risk of letting... Like, if you let a single 2-pointer go through, like, is that even that bad?
No, I think it's totally fine for you. Ritual
so it's just
up.
not overextending, not letting the corp get you back into a hold, keeping your economy up.
Third ritual going in.
Oh my gosh.
Knickknacking a card. It's turn 8. We have drawn almost the entire deck. Like, Pinsel just going through everything.
It feels wrong to broadcast this. This is devastating.
DCMZ install Muse for 0 credits.
Popping the M testing now. 36 credits. Not to mention every turn you're getting a single one off of Fencer, which of course you can funnel straight into your illumination installs.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's
of course.
Copulation, so you're not even paying full trash costs anymore.
Yeah, copulation can go and pick one of the cards up, and we just can go into HQ. Deciding to use it on remotes more. Bottom reception, gotten kicking down, and I would assume we also just like wait a second.
Probably running one more.
It's the last click. You hit a something scary, float a tag,
right.
Get end of the line, and you like start. You concede.
That would be
the entire game.
That would be very sad. Oh, is there any? There's no.
Yeah,
it would have to be like
no
arcade
traps, sadly.
Tomorrow's headline actually would be a potential loss. I don't know what WinCon Jay is on.
Oh, it could be, yeah. If, yeah, server 3, tomorrow's headline, advance, end of the line. I just think...
that's also actually... That's real, yeah. I mean, that would be one hell of a call to make. How many turns ago was it?
Yeah, quite a bit ago. Also, we have stuff like Court Guidance, Part B, Warm Reception. A lot of influence being spent on different cards, so end of the line. Influence spend west starts to look even sketchier.
Actually, yeah, can we do the maths on it yet? There's 3, 4, 5 in the bin already. Presumably extra copies of Cohort and Warm Reception.
I would assume so, yeah. So at the best we have a single copy somewhere, but... Balance coverage, goodbye. Do we go server 7? No, just deciding to go
We don't care about that one. We only care about server 7 if it does something.
100%. Oh, ping is something. Not enough probably though. IP enforcement? Yum.
Trashing it, quote unquote, for a single credit. Have you ever paid 5 to trash this card?
I don't think anybody ever has done that. Like, somebody in chat, please inform me that you have ever seen that card being trashed with the credit cost. Yeah, Jai just having to click for credits. Second Ice on HQ to do some defense, but doesn't look good.
But we're building up a board state. At 5 credits, there's not a lot you can do with that, and with all your economy tied up in assets, it's going to be really hard to get that going. But it's not necessarily over.
It's not necessarily over, it just looks tough.
Certainly an uphill struggle.
Okay.
We're trashing the Scissorum to draw a card, and we just...
Yeah, VSA might do something. That fires. There's a tag.
That fires. We're taking a tag. I guess when you've got 24 credits, you can afford to take a couple tags.
Yeah, I guess so. One credit.
We have seen some people say they've used trick shot credits to trash it, or I suppose like if you can, you might as well.
Yeah, one of them has been startup, and I don't know. I call cap on the chat. Oh, that's 4 points being stolen, and the regular is getting trashed from HQ. Oof. And instantly somebody gets to call, it still has somehow 0-0. Pinsel actually going in and attacking something, like, yeah.
Run it! It's right here, come run it!
Imagine though.
Advance score, end of the line out of nowhere would be great.
One of the lines in the history of the world. Another, like, if this game was a year ago, I would be calling out like, oh, this will be Beal, that Jai will just advance to 15 million just as a joke, basically.
I miss Beal.
Yeah,
what a silly card.
Kind of a cool card. Running R&D, floating a tag. Running R&D, floating a tag. Kind of a scale. Oh, B1001?
So we're not getting in this turn, but we can just trash that.
Yeah, trash that, and not even, just, I guess you are not in a hurry with it, you can just go and get it at your leisure.
Pointing out in chat, like, Oppos can drain the runner's money, like, it's very much not infinite, but playing Oppos with what money?
Yeah, sadly Oppo not really siphoning opponent's money if you don't have anything yourself.
Run it! Run it! Come run it!
Yeah, just calling blatantly that you want.
What's the funniest thing that it could be?
I mean, B1001 and Pinsel runs it. I think that's like my peak funny meter. I guess also if it's the... What's the new reverse markets? It's like...
Oh, I know what you mean. I forget what it's called. Idiosyncrasis?
Yeah, exactly. That would be pretty funny.
Oh, pointing out in chat, what if it's next big thing Neurospike?
Oh my god. Would be one of the funniest situations in a long time. Going around again. Devata the drone coming back online. And that will be a couple extra cards accessed. 2 more.
That's another 2 points.
Yeah, Crypto Crash. and 20 minutes left in the round. It does kind of feel like where you just want it to be over for it to be over at some point.
Advance, let's go!
Oh, 6 advancements!
Clearinghouse!
Jai really calling at that, like, time to guess asshole. Imagine if it's a clearinghouse. Imagine.
The world where Jai pulls this out of the bag, this will be the best game of the day.
I mean, like, Pinsel must be threatened. This probably does feel like, okay, I know this is not a clearinghouse. I know this is not a clearinghouse, but maybe it is. And I don't know. I don't know which feels worse: running it and it actually is a clearinghouse, or running it and you get 7 tags.
That. But like, what do you even do with 7 tags? Like,
You need a bigger picture and steal 30 credits.
Oh, I guess bigger picture, and you just flip the game. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
That's real.
100% it's
Come
real.
on!
Please, people, run it. Please, I want to see. I want to know.
Are we allowed to goad them into making bad decisions?
Calling chat, please run. Don't do it.
Do it, cowards. The people demand it.
No, deciding to be boring and go R&D.
Boo. That's no fun.
Yeah, exactly. Accessing 2 cards. One extra with Devotatron. Unseen. Oh, 3? Oh, with Pretty Mary you get one more extra. 100%.
Yep.
And still nothing. Propeller and Will Joy raise it. Oh, there's one more action. One more action.
Come on.
Imagine the scenes. Oh, crypto crash.
We have to ask. We have to know.
It's a check sign. Jai racing it. Had to try. Imagine though. Yeah, five ice hand into nuts is tough scenes.
Right. Okay, what do we want to have a look at now? We haven't. Well, I haven't seen an RH game. I don't know if we've seen Leo today.
I don't think so. Is there any of those still going on?
There's a Leo game in Table 18 against Hoshiko.
Yeah, if you want to jump in and ask.
Yep, we're good to go. Table 18. Cobalt versus Lucius. We are 6 points up on the runner side, but could still all be to play for. The stack is empty. We do have a buffer drive, I think. Does that mean, yep, there's an Ashen in the bin? Lots of game left.
Yeah, basically a full deck of the runner still available. Although as much of a full deck that it can be after you have to remove 11 cards in total. MIC? You can get through it, access the whole hand. We already have 6 points, so just could be here though.
It could, yeah. And like, this is such a rough matchup, I must imagine, for Leo, because if you can trash all of the big Biroids before Leo has a chance to get the value out of them, then that's the ID gone.
Yeah, it will add up so heavily. Doesn't look like the game is here at ends now. I think MIC would have been popped. Double Seamless in hand. Kind of a scary house. And clicking for draw. Clicking for draw twice and get a credit is interesting in a situation where we are poor as hell. And winning is bearing down on the runner position quite heavily.
Hard to say what the answer there is.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's the there's Ashen.
Mm-hmm.
Go again.
Yeah, losing a big chunk of cards here. Second twinning doesn't really matter. Steel Skin, Gormon, Fermenter, Botulus are all important cards that you probably would want in the second go again.
At 12 credits though, and a Audrey, I don't know how much money you really need in this matchup. You've got your Fencer credits for what they're worth here, and you've got Paladin.
Yeah, that's true. Fermenter probably the least impactful of those three. Devil Charm helps a lot if we manage to find the Chisel in somewhere here. Would mean like the MIC server on HQ is being blown up, or the Hagen on the R&D is being blown up. And if you can if you can crack a central server, would be just basically curtains right there. And every single chisel still left in the stack here, or maybe in the hand. Kind of tough spot. First install, chisel on HQ, and instantly running. Instantly, there's zero hesitation here. Basically, this has been drilled through the runner 15 million times. Install chisel, run, and Devil Charm will handle the rest.
Gonna sweep for 3, I imagine.
And there it is. Instantly, first access, send a message. Yeah, Leo just getting handled. And I think we still have time to jump into one of these last games.
Yeah, there's a few left. What are you thinking?
I think if we can get into Not Yeti versus Torpedo Tyrus, I think that's one of the games that is deciding who can get in the top 5 here.
Makes sense. Yep. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, we're good to go. Yeah, we've had a Regenesis score ready from Not Yeti. We've got 3 points in the runner score area and 2 tags,
and I think,
which they will be floating.
I feel like this rest Ultra Cypher says a lot on the table. Probably have been taking a chunk out of the runner's health pool. 2 floating tags means we might be in a sketchy spot.
No cards in HQ though, so it's entirely at the whim of what Not Yeti draws.
Technically true, but Oshiko kind of gets an asterisk on top of that with the ability ID kind of being good at drawing cards. Oh, taking care of the second Bladder Wart.
I think trashing the Bladder Wart makes sense because that gives you a little more a reach. But like realistically, you want it to be ending on 4 cards, so it's no, there's the Reaper function. Is there another Reaper function?
Doesn't look like it. Is there a Bladder Wart? No?
No Bladder Wart, it's just what's in hand. But it could be a Blood in the Water, just get up to 6 and then you're really threatening.
Yeah, could be. Not instantly pressing buttons, might be just tempo damage. Looks like it's tempo damage.
Hey, sometimes it's worth it. I mean, we're also drawing. Maybe we are looking for that finisher. Yeah,
we did do the damage after the Oshiko draw, though. Like, I guess so, yeah.
But I mean, once you've rezzed it, it's gonna get trashed next turn.
Yeah, true. That does make sense in the end. And just depending on what tools we have in the deck, we are just digging for anything here. There's one hostile infrastructure in the bin already, so I'm thinking we are maybe looking at mission responses here. Server 16 getting an install.
Interesting.
And a card on top. Near remote. There's 0 other tools to break ice except the 1x shibboleth, which might be sent into HQ this turn. You have copulation holding a fat online, so like drawing up, getting into HQ for free, access to cards could be something. Sadly, probably not enough for the window.
I can't imagine, like, that has to be really unlucky on Not Yet These part for there to be game in HQ. And given that we're pushing in server 16, if there were agendas in hand, I'd imagine one of them's in there now.
Yeah, I would assume so.
People in chat discovering that you can, in fact, res Urtica.
Yeah, I don't think it should be legal, but people call it to be legal, so who am I to argue with that? And we are
mean, back when Trick of Light was a thing, you could arguably do it to dissuade running on it. I mean, it's the same effect either way. You're just telling them, giving them the most information to work from. But like, you could do that.
You could. It's a game action you can take. And the question here is, are we using the copulation to access the extra card? Apparently we are. Hybrid release? CD culture, that's 6 points! 6 points insta! Just finding them.
It's not game, but that was very lucky, yeah.
And I think we might be dead to double punitive Counter-Strike here. No, Torpedo Tyrus checking for action? Question?
What action would be here?
I don't know. Yeah, I think everything you raised before.
We do have to be wary. There's a world where Regenesis score out to win here.
Oh, true. There's no way to get into archives without taking damage, though?
No, but is there a meaningful difference in this board state between 3 and 2 cards in hand?
Not 3 and 2. I think the last action is to draw a card, which would be between 4 and 5, 4 and 3, which does make a difference. And we're repricing.
That's fun. Oh, and we are gonna check.
That's spicy. Going checking archives? Is Torpedo Tyrus calling that was a spin doctor to protect an agenda that was pitched into archives?
Oh, it could have been, yeah.
And the face down card is? Oh my god, it is everything! That line would have been so sick.
Surprise.
That would have been so cool if that was it, but apparently not. Also an agenda, I think that was a Regenesis and a Fuji in there. So yeah, not yet threatening the win out completely. 2 advances on server 15 though.
That could be anything.
Yeah, could be a second Ultra Cypher, could be an agenda. Like, if that is a Fuji and Torpedo Tyrus is not running it, that would be the scenes here. Also, really notably, Moonpool doesn't have to be an advanceable card, so could be anything on there.
I doubt it's anything, but like, it's not gonna be a game-winning agenda, right?
Oh, but Torpedo is running. If it's Ultra Cypher, if it is hostile architecture, no, does nothing. That's so scary. Hokllo getting used, but I don't think we have a chance to get the kill here.
We can install for install Blood in the Water and ping for 1, but I think that's the best we can do.
I think it does feel to me like Sericulture is taking up the Blood in the Water slot, which we typically see, but totally could be a line. We see us install in server 5 in combination of other basic action cards, trying to play Mirror Morph style. And Torpedo Tyrus again being in kind of a similar spot. We have drawn a lot of cards, so HQ might be kind of vulnerable, and you could go there and get a bite. Issue at that point is then, though, that you just lose to the measure response here.
Only 3 credits, we're not seeing bite.
Oh, Jailbreak?
Yep, here we go.
Jailbreak is so important here. Still lets you get the 1 extra card in the hand to survive measure responses if you miss it. Not that it's calling out Lama. Genesis Sericulture. Yeah, 2 agendas drawn basically. Nothing you could do at that point.
Oh, good game. Is that the last one?
I think
there was 2 other games, but we're coming up on time, so I don't know how much we'll get from them. Restoring Team. Oh no, that one's Atia. Atia versus Lat. If we wanted to check it out.
Yeah, if you want to just jump in there, and we can take a look at the closing minutes of the tournament.
Yep, we're good to go.
Mm-hmm.
We have another flower sermon on stream. I think this must be the same, or at least a similar Atea to.
Yeah, it looks quite similar. More eyes than Harmon B had in both previous games combined. Probably not because of the player though. Just deck not giving out that time. And flower ceremony.
I know they're close testing partners, so I assume it's the same list.
It does look quite similar, yeah. And it does look like it's going down on just one Fuji that can it be sneaked into server 3 before being able to be found out somewhere else. Although Boto is kind of a hard thing to get past.
It's so rough, even with a 3 strength Rising Tide.
Yeah, still 6 credits, kind of a lot.
We can get through to server 3 theoretically.
Oh yeah, if you just want to eat a couple of subs from the Sazentana.
Nope, we're not going for it. We're just calling it. It's not the agenda.
Yeah, I think that the agenda has, or the server 3 bottommost card is a defensive upgrade that just has gotten the La Costa grid upgrade at some point.
Oh wait. Oh no, that's the other La Costa.
No, it's an it is an advanceable. No. A flower ceremony going to 6 points, never mind. Instantly I'm talking holes in my head.
This is a two-flower game.
Manifold?
What the hell is going on?
Who built this deck? Shield Peacock Manifold and switching Adrian to their other remote server. If that's an agenda, this is the most beautiful cook I've ever seen.
Look at me, lads. We're gonna play a side game whether you like it or not.
Yeah, you get to play 2 copies of a side game even. Simochip? And Simochip is going to do what exactly? Is there... Lat has 0 cards in hand, or deck also. So like any damage here is going to be game changing. There is a revolver in the bin, There is no other Sentry Breaker, I believe, in the bin. So probably in hand here, and you can challenge something.
Just checking like what we have in terms of recursion. I'm not seeing muses.
Yeah, Muse probably not in the deck. I think we're just playing honest rejig spec work coalescence engine here. And yeah, like, yeah, some zombie AK is saying the exactly same thing, just going, this board set here is going to be challenging. This Hiobu Precock manifold is like making me guess for my life. Pinhole threading first though! This will be getting Hiobu Precock manifolded though.
I don't know how you're supposed to think about a board state like this, because I've never had to think about these cards before.
Yeah, wait, does Pinhole threading work first? Both are on successful run.
It's the runner's turn, right? So
Yeah, so pinhole threading happens first, so you can just snipe the Adrian out.
That's really funny. Oh my god! Wait, no. Yubu picks a server.
Does it?
Yeah, it picks server 4. It doesn't blanket it.
Yeah, never mind. Card's not good. Don't worry about it.
Ruben.
But Rising Tide can be simo-chipped out and gotten back in.
I mean, it doesn't matter though, because Euler is also just already installed.
Oh, true. Never mind. My hype ass line has gone to the wind.
It's still fun to see Hafrun played in faction for once. I saw that yesterday and was pleasantly surprised.
Oh, Totobola also? Is this Hiobu Precock manifold for a game is not a line I expected to say today.
How do you feel about Psy games?
I love Psy games when they matter. And
okay, so I have strong opinions on Psy games. Speaking of, let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, I don't think Alpha can spend 3... Oh, we get the Tatobola, never mind. We have hella credits to spend on this. Also, imagine that's our agenda on server 3. So, it's going to be a question mark here.
Nope, we get it wrong.
Yep. Good try. Yeah, Alpha played the correct way and just calling 0 every time. You can let the opponent mind himself them out self instantly.
But Psy games, I get the appeal and they are fun, but they're not Netrunner, if that makes sense. I don't envision being satisfied winning or losing a game because of a Psy game. But when Psy games aren't big game-changing effects, then they're like effectively just pay 0 every turn.
Yeah,
to
but
charge the
like,
opponent 1
do
credit.
you think winning the game on a Hiobu Precock manifold is a game-winning effect?
Yeah, but if this was
HQ?
what Netrunner was, like, at all the top tables, like, yeah, Caprice. I didn't like Caprice, okay? That's
Caprice
just
is
me.
peak. That's... No Caprice slander here.
No, it was just... She didn't go away.
No, it's
You just had to win the
It's the
Psy
cinema
game.
emoji.
Do you want to play Netrunner or do you want to play shell games? And I don't mean Netrunner shell games.
I mean,
literally,
shell game
like,
can go kick rocks, but Psy games are peak. Accessing a H1 of HQ?
wrong about
That's
that.
nothing. And is that the agenda on server 4? Is this the line of the... Or like lifetime action? Question mark? Action for...
I really hope this is.
Action for a lat trigger to draw a card. Yeah, good luck with that. Seamless launch? It is an agenda! It... Oh my god!
Winning with Hubu and 3 flower sermons, what an incredible final game.
Hiobu Precock manifold making the difference is so sick.
That was incredible. I'm glad we got to see a tier like full strength.
Just wondering. Oh, a spin doctor.
Not denying the lat draw.
Damn! Imagine if you rest the spin just to deny the latter draw.
Right. Well, do we have then our top 5?
At least soon,
I believe we
think. Looks like, yeah, that was the last game. So I think we are starting to get in there. Yep, we have the top 8. We can start reading from the bottom up. So looking like a couple players not making it and getting in. There's 5 There's 5 players that get in from the European and American and Middle East pod, and then 5 players that get in from the APAC pod, and then 5 players who get in from the Americas pod, and then also as one more player to balance it out, the last year's Circuit Breaker Invitational winner, Kikai, is also waiting in the top cut. And that will be played next week. There will be more details on the event hub page for people to see and figure out. But not reading more into that. Number 5, the Cook managed to get in with Ob and I think Vampire Oshiko. And on the same 18 points. The 18-point bubble apparently being just massive here. Number 4 participant, Minstrel, getting 18 points. Great performance today. I think we saw a couple of his games and just an absolute masterpieces thrown out. Number 3, Samporonis, our Epiphany player getting in. Also a Loop, which is really sick. 2.06 strength schedule, having to battle absolute monsters to get in here. And Torpedo Tyrus, player that we saw last round, also beat Not Yeti, and just get a bit of a double kill there. First player on 21 points, so managing to stay safe and still had a chance to get in through the strength schedule. And number 1, the Crown of Swiss, Pinsel managed to sneak it through with Arizona and PD, 2 IDs I would not have expected. Arizona making top Incredible. Of Swiss in our year 2026, not what I expected at all.
Also, just quickly, we should shout out the 18-point players who didn't make the bubble. Very unfortunate, but cutthroat tournament. 6th place, 7th place Wow Warlock, and 8th place Sable Fox.
Yeah, not much you can do about sometimes just bubbling out. Happens to everybody and really frustrating sometimes. Damn, what a tournament. Alright.
Yeah, that was great. Thanks for letting me on.
100%. I think next week we will have the CBI, the top cut, and it, I believe, is going to be in the American and APAC time zone. So maybe for Europeans we have to stay awake a bit later, but probably we will survive. You have anything to say before we cut the feed?
No.
Okay. See everybody. See you next week.
Bye.